stories about Diddy. He was, of course, arrested and charged with sex trafficking, racketeering, transporting individuals for prostitution earlier this week.
I'm not a lawyer, but it looks pretty bad.
He has been denied bail so far, and the artist has made different offers in hopes of being released on bail. But so far, the judge has ordered he be detained ahead of his trial date. At one point,
he's trying. He's trying hard.
He offered a $50 million bond. We told you about that yesterday. That was denied. But yesterday, he made a new offer. He said he'll make sure he has no contact with almost all women while he's out on bail.
Wow. That's amazing.
And he offered to only be in contact with his family, property caretakers, and friends who are not named as co-conspirators in his federal indictment.
Your Honor, I'm prepared to make the offer right now. I will not sexually abuse any women going forward.
He said,
I won't have any over to the house.
He said he was going to pinky swear.
I won't. I promise. Yes.
I'll
come
get rid
on.
of the baby oil.
Good to my word.
That didn't work. He's going to remain in federal custody.
Good.
At this
All
time.
right, Your Honor. I will not look at any women. I will not say the word women or woman. And I will not use any letters in the word woman.
In the ruling, Judge Andrew Carter said that there were no conditions that would reduce the risk of witness tampering, so it ain't happening.
He also has the financial resource to be a flight risk. I mean,
sure. That's immediately what I thought when he said he would put up $50 million. I was like, oh, he wants to get out of here quickly. But this just screams to me like somebody who's always gotten what they wanted and got away with this and thought they would get away with it for as long as they wanted to. Yep. And now he's not. And he's like, I could put up $50 million bail.
I won't have any women over.
I won't talk to any women.
Can I stay up?
Yeah.
Can I stay up, please?
Yeah. Well, it's not happening, so he's going to have to deal with it.
No, it's a school night, young man.
Contestants on Mr. Beast's upcoming competition series have sued the popular YouTube Stars production company and Amazon for sexual harassment, failure to pay minimum wages, and neglect infliction of emotional distress. Negligent infliction.
Okay, so I was disappointed to hear this because I do really like this guy, but I did not see sexual harassment.
Yeah, it's to some extent. I don't think like anybody was assaulted or anything.
Not Diddy
like that.
time.
No.
What I read was harassment. It didn't say.
So verbal, that type of thing. So. The plaintiffs filed a class action lawsuit against Amazon Alternative, Mr. B 2024, and another production company off one's base. That's what it's called, of subjecting them to unreasonable, unsafe, and unlawful employment conditions. The plaintiffs allege they were hired to appear on Beast Games, billed by Amazon as the biggest reality competition series, boasting 1,000 contestants and a $5 million prize. The show was set to premiere on Prime Video. The lawsuit alleges that the companies failed to compensate the contestants with minimum wages or overtime pay while denying them mandatory meal and rest breaks, among other provisions. The employers also stand accused of fudging the production's labor costs in documents submitted to the Nevada Film Commission to qualify for the state's tax credit program. While filming the series, the contestants were allegedly held under strict control and surveillance for days on end and denied all privacy and access to the outside world. This is according to the suit. The complaint further alleges that the contestants were, quote, fed sporadically and sparsely and not given adequate access to hygiene products or medical care.
It's not good.
And
we
Kathy,
get that.
Here we go. Female contestants particularly and collectively suffered under a hostile work environment pervaded by misogyny and sexism. The companies allegedly did nothing to protect female contestants from sexual harassment. So that's where that comes from.
So I know that you're a big fan. I know that Jace is as well, right, of Mr. Beast?
Yeah, I mean, that's how I know who he is. Yeah.
Right. So, and that's where they step off. For the past, I'd say about 8 months, maybe a little bit longer, online, there has been a big blowback against Mr. Beast for orchestrating outcomes of the contest that he has. He has these things. And a lot of times the recipients of the money that he's giving away are people in his employ.
No,
like
really?
they are. Well, they did an investigation. A lot of them are people who work for him.
Oh, that's really disappointing. But his I wonder if he's kind of like kicking himself because he would always talk about how his group of employees were very small. Like he did not expand as large as, his fan base did. He kept it very small and I think has since had to expand a little bit because he has gotten so big. So I wonder if he's like, shoot, we should have just kept it with the smaller number.
The guy's a juggernaut. He has a ton of people in his employ now. You have to pull off all that stuff.
Additionally, the complaint alleges that contestants were forced to go without sleep and participate in games that unreasonably risk physical and mental injury. The plaintiffs are demanding that the court require the companies to implement workplace reforms and employee training programs to prevent future harassment and to pay punitive damages for all wages owed to the contestants.
It's a fair amount. What's the worst? You work for us, you get hot sauce shot up your ass.
Yeah, that's. I mean,
it's not that bad.
Maybe a day in the ER. That's about it.
A little bit of shab and you're good to go.
Yeah. A private collection of Polaroids featuring some of the world's top models in various states of undress has gone missing, sparking concern. The photos include unpublished shots of models like Gigi Hadid, Kim Kardashian, Martha Stewart, and many others who have appeared in the Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition.
So these are like test shots taken with Polaroids?
Yep. Additionally, thousands of dollars worth of swimsuits loaned to the magazine for the shoots have also disappeared, and companies want their merch back.
That's weird.
The items seem to have gone missing during a corporate transition when control of Sports Illustrated passed to a new company. In 2023, 5-Hour Energy billionaire Manoj Bhargava took over Sports Illustrated, gaining possession of all the magazine's equipment, including cameras, lights, swimsuits, and the extensive collection of photographs. However, Bhargava's leadership were short-lived after a staff revolt and legal issues with the magazine's parent company. When a new company took over in March, the equipment and Polaroids were never returned.
Well, I talked to Bhargava.
Months have passed without any word from Bhargava's camp, and Sports Illustrated has since replaced the missing equipment. The editorial staff has repeatedly requested the return of the photos, but there has been no response as of yet.
Polaroids used to be the go-to for if people were taking sex photos.
Yeah.
Because you did not have to send them off to get developed.
Yep.
And you didn't have to look at that grin at the guy behind the counter at the photo shop.
Yep. The full-body prosthetic worn by Colin Farrell in The Penguin apparently included genitalia. In a new promotional video, the star jokes about his penguin pecker and reveals that he had an anatomically correct body under those tuxedos. The Academy Award-nominated actor plays Oz Cobb in the series, a modernized take on the comic villain Oswald Cobblepot, and a much more ruthless and brutal gangster than the Penguin typically gets credit for in adaptations outside of the comics. Well, they never filmed any scenes that would have required an anatomically correct penguin body. Apparently, they were prepared for the eventuality. We have a clip of Colin talking about the outfit. Here we go.
I mean, I was looking in the mirror, and what I'd see looking back was not me. I was nowhere to be found. Yeah, it was a really powerful experience. And like everyone here would feel the same thing. When you get that submerged, that hidden, you would think it's limiting, but it's not. It was utterly liberating.
And so, obviously, his body was completely covered.
Yeah.
So he would get kind of hot. And
Just a bit.
They had this.
I'd start to, my core temperature would go up, and then the nose would start to become a bit loose, or the chin would start to flap a little bit, which was no bueno. No bueno. Flappy chin was no bueno. So they had a tent, and they had 3 industrial AC machines pumping into the tent. That was my igloo.
So, not too many details about the actual story of the Penguin yet, with a synopsis simply teasing the next chapter in the Batman saga. This crime drama follows Oz Cobb's quest for power and control in Gotham City.
If you see his performance in the Batman, did you see the Batman, Kathy?
No.
Okay. Well, look, here's a picture.
You have no idea.
That's friggin' Colin Farrell. It's amazing. And the performance is amazing.
Alberto Falcone and Sofia Falcone are major supporting characters in one of the most revered Batman comic stories of all time, The Long Halloween. So they're going to be going after that, I assume. Actress Julia Fox sent her fans into a frenzy recently when she posted some photos to her Instagram stories that made it look like she had a baby bump. Things may have gotten too crazy because she had to let everyone know that they had to calm down. She wrote, "Oh my God, it's for a movie. The belly is not real."
Preston, when I saw the photo, I fainted.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's how much off guard I was.
So she is the actress from Uncut Gems?
Yeah.
Oh, that's who that
Gems.
is. Who am I thinking of? Who was was it a Julia or a Fox that was in Designing Women? Do you know who I'm talking about? When you said that, I was like, she's too old to be a...
No, I don't remember a Fox in that show.
Julia something.
So, while she didn't share exactly what movie she was working on, Variety previously reported that she had joined the LGBTQ romantic drama Perfect as a wealthy, pregnant woman who falls in love with a younger woman. That said, Fox is a mother. She gave birth to her son, Valentino, in January of 2021.
So they called up the screen here, Casey. Were you thinking of Julia Duffy?
That's it.
All right.
That's it. That's exactly who I was thinking about. Yeah, too old to have a baby.
Right.
Yeah.
I have an exclusive.
What?
Yep, I have an exclusive.
Drum roll.
Yeah.
Oh.
I got a...
That's a banjo.
Hey, we got a bit of news for you. Just came in.
Come on.
on the wire.
It's on the wire coming over that there Morse code down at the general store.
There's your...
I really don't need a drum roll. But it was fun. So no, I got a text yesterday from our buddy Mark Summers.
Yes.
And he said that he, an exec from Hallmark, he said, saw me in my show, his stage show. And I'm currently in Winnipeg starring in a Hallmark holiday movie that will air December 13th. He said this has been quite a year.
Oh, my God.
And so he texted me this yesterday. He said, press release comes out tomorrow, so don't say anything until Thursday. And you can sit on the couch and watch and say hi to the team. Might be in Philly in December to do press. I'll keep you posted. Be well. So that's from Mark.
Does he know the impact that has on me, on my personal life?
I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know if he knows I'm a Hallmark Christmas movie fan.
Was that his, like, he posted something, like, very cryptic? I wonder if that's what...
Maybe.
It was just the other day.
I didn't see the post.
I'll see if I can find it.
Okay. But, yeah, he continues to get some really cool offers after his stage show was so successful.
At this point in his career. What was it?
He just posted December 13th.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
That's it. So Mark will be, I don't have the name of it or anything yet, so those details will probably come out later today.
But like it says Slay Queen. I don't know what that means.
That's pretty wild. I mean, it's September. This thing's going to come out in December, and he's filming it now?
Yeah.
Oh, Sleigh.
Oh, Slay Queen.
There you go. How about that?
That's great.
I love
It's
it.
a good one.
Yep.
All right. So, Eva Mendes had a successful acting career, of course, before meeting Ryan Gosling. But now that the couple are married, Ryan's star continues to rise. But Eva has been fairly inactive in front of the cameras. And according to Mendes, that's probably not going to change. On Good Morning America on Tuesday, she was asked if she would act again after having taken time off to help raise her 2 children. And she said, I kind of felt like I did it, you know. I worked with Ryan Gosling. And it was such a high off my career to work with him. And I was like, this is a good time to just kind of Seinfeld it and walk out.
She's got a really level head about all this stuff. But she was really good as an actress. And very funny. And the other guys, as Will Ferrell's wife, she's terrific.
She was really funny in, what was the Stuck on You?
Stuck on You.
So she can pull the comedy off.
She certainly can, yeah.
Her last film role was over a decade ago in Lost River.
Oh, wow.
wow.
She does voice Bluey episodes on occasion, but that's it. So she's kind of done with it. And why not, dude? She's, living the life, don't have to work. If fame is not a big deal to you, then whatever.
She still looks great.
Yeah. Speaking of looking great, Florence Pugh is hot right now, perhaps too hot for the actress. She told British Vogue this week she's trying to restore a work-life balance for herself. Pew! And to that end, she took a break from acting this summer. Pew! Pugh says that she was feeling burned out and knowing that would play against her long-term career goals, decided to take time off between projects for herself. Break time's over, though. She's currently on a press tour for the romance drama We Live in Time alongside co-star Andrew Garfield.
I watched a sort of like a hidden gem, a horror movie I had not seen. She was the female lead. This had to be from one of her earliest movies, and it was a terrific movie. And she's a really good actress. I forget the name of it, but the basic conceit is they're doing she's a fake psychic, and they part of this paranormal show, and they offer their services out to exorcise demons and ghosts from houses.
Okay.
It's all a scam, but they get to this one house where whatever's there kicks in and her ability does kick in.
Okay.
And it becomes horrifying.
She was one of the earlier...
Yeah, Malevolent. That's it, yeah.
One of the earlier movies I remember seeing her in was about wrestling. It was a wrestling family. You remember that?
The British Family.
Yeah.
Yes. And The Rock is in it.
Is he
Dwayne
in
Johnson,
that?
yes.
Okay.
Yes, she's really good.
But she plays an American in that, I think, because I think she has an American accent.
I think it's on Netflix now. It's making the rounds.
So let me see here. Younger movie fans may forget that Eric Roberts was on the scene well before his famous sibling, Julia Roberts. Eric was nominated for an Academy Award in his role in 1985's Runaway Train.
And he'll let you know that.
Yeah, after which his new memoir is named. It's called Runaway Train, or The Story of My Life So Far. And in this, he admits to being something of a jerk when younger sister Julia started getting traction in Hollywood. At the time, he would say things like, if it wasn't for me, there would be no Julia Roberts.
I remember the perception was that he had bad blood towards his sister. He was
I mean, when he was
angry.
here, he was not really talking very nicely about her.
I don't remember that part.
Like he wasn't saying bad things, but he basically was like
brushing it off.
He was implying that there were that exactly that there'd be no her without him.
Well, and that I think he had a relationship. I think he was saying that he had a relationship with her daughter.
Okay.
But not necessarily her, or whatever.
That. Yeah. Well, now Roberts writes in his memoir, quote, I hope Julia will accept this public apology. It was an asinine thing to have said. And he also apologized to Jennifer Garner and her pool boy, Ben Affleck.
He always does.
I'd like to apologize. I'd like to apologize. I apologize to anyone who's been offended by my fictional creations, Chrysagon, the philosopher of evil, and the skull sealer.
I didn't realize, I know he'd had a little bit of, I don't know if it was drugs or drink or whatever, but he had an issue, and apparently it was a lot heavier than we realized.
Okay.
So that he was dealing with a lot of addiction issues, and that he also attributed to his anger towards Julia Roberts.
Well, right now he can be seen competing in season 33 of Dancing with the Stars.
You got to see his teeth. His teeth are brighter than the mirror ball, man. Yeah.
Full on chiclet.
Oh, yeah.
Super
absolutely.
bright white. Julia just wrapped filming an upcoming movie called After the Hunt.
I've always liked Eric. The Pup of Greenwich Village, I think, is a solid movie.
Yeah, no, he's a good actor.
Yeah.
So it's been reported for months that Sophie Turner has fully moved on from her ex-husband, Joe Jonas, being seen in the company of rumored boyfriend, Peregrine Pearson.
Isn't he, like, fabulously wealthy?
I don't know. We say rumored because despite the many pics of the two together, their relationship was never actually confirmed until now. In a series of pictures on Instagram, Turner shared photos of her and Pearson, including the first clear shots of her new beau. The couple have seemingly been together since last November when the two were spotted kissing in Paris. Turner and Jonas's divorce was just finalized, so apparently it's okay for the new couple to go IG official now.
What's his name again?
His name is Peregrine Pearson. Yeah. Netflix has announced that the series Ancient Apocalypse will be returning for a second season. British journalist and author Graham Hancock returns for season 2, accompanied by Keanu Reeves.
Whoa.
The series will head to the Americas to search for evidence that an advanced civilization was lost in the last ice age between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago. Reeves comes on board to discuss, among other things, his insight into storytelling as an act of preserving culture.
Anybody watch the first season?
I did not.
Sounds interesting.
Yeah, I watched the teaser
Is this where
for it.
Socrates was born?
It looks like it is. Looks like a pretty thorough show, and they go all over the world to these amazing locations.
Oh, I love this kind of stuff.
Yeah, it looks pretty cool. So this guy's saying that, he states in the beginning, he's like, people have said that if there was a lost civilization, we would have found it by now. And he said, I wholeheartly disagree. I think there's probably evidence out there somewhere that there
To that I say, stay on the road, dickhead.
or more people, more societies, more, civilizations that we may not know of. All right, I think we have a clip for this. And the first trailer for Ellen DeGeneres' final comedy special, For Your Approval, is out now. It is her first comedy special in 6 years and her second for Netflix.
I watched the trailer last night, Kathy, and I always thought she was an accomplished stand-up. But I got to say, I'm actually looking forward to this because she's apparently going to get, and you'll hear a little bit of it, get really candid about everything that went on.
Okay.
All right, so talking about the her show and how it was reported to be toxic. Here's a clip from the teaser.
All right, well, let me catch up on what's been going on with me since you saw me last. I decided to take up gardening. I got chickens. Let me see what else I can tell you about that's been going on. Oh, yeah, I got kicked out of show business.
So the special debuts on Netflix next Tuesday.
She has a good line at the end, Preston. She goes, at least in the trailer, she says, I used to end my show by saying, be nice, or what was her?
Yeah.
She goes, I wouldn't have gone through any of this if my closing line had been, go F yourself.
I love it. Saturday Night Live announced the first host for season 50. Wow.
Oh, my God, that's
50.
right. And that Jason Reitman movie's coming out about SNL.
It includes Ariana Grande, John Mulaney, and Michael Keaton. They will be some of the hosts. The season kicks off on September 28th with Gene Smart hosting for the first time and musical guest Jelly Roll. On October 5th, Nate Bargatze will host with Coldplay as a musical guest. Ariana Grande returns to host on October 12th with Stevie Nicks, who has not been on since 1983.
Wow.
Followed by Michael Keaton on October 19th with Billie Eilish.
It's a good lineup. I tell you, Nate Bargatze had a very good SNL installment. He really did. All of these are stellar.
Mulaney will host for his 6th time on November 2nd with Chappell Roan performing. The season will also feature a live primetime special on February 16th. SNL airs on NBC and streams on Peacock, of course.
Have you seen the trailer for the SNL movie?
Yes. I've seen photos. I've seen stills from it.
Yeah. So it's literally it's leading up. It's basically done quasi in real time.
Okay. So
leading up to that first broadcast of the first episode of Saturday Night Live.
It's a movie, not a documentary.
It is a movie with actors playing Dan Aykroyd and Chevy Chase. And it looks really good.
Is it the history of it, or is it?
It is that moment in time
of that first episode.
They've gotten everybody. Dick Ebersol, everybody's there, and they're ready to go live. And NBC doesn't know what's going on. Willem Dafoe is an executive, and so you're seeing everybody, panicking and all the crap that goes on leading up to that moment where they go live.
Okay. All right, we're now ready to roll the clips. Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power is based on J.R.R. Tolkien's history of the long-feared reemergence of evil to Middle-earth. And here, Morfydd Clark, who plays Galadriel, I guess? Galadriel, thank you, and talks about the innocence of this universe. Here we go.
Saddest things about getting older and growing up and learning more is the risk of becoming cynical. And I love inhabiting this world where cynicism doesn't get you anywhere, and there's such sincerity and belief, and it's kind of magical, really.
New episode of the Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power airs tonight.
That's a spell.
That was a spell that Bill Weston had cast. Next clip. Transformers 1 is the untold origin story of Optimus Prime and Megatron, who were bonded like brothers before becoming sworn enemies. Here, Brian, Tyree Henry, and Chris Hemsworth talk about doing the voices in public.
I save it for bill collectors. Drive-thrus. It's really fun to do in drive-thrus.
I've got to really muscle it in place. And I am Optimus Prime.
We are actors. We have to
contort myself.
And the safety of the booth. Because you're in there by yourself. Yeah. You're allowed to play and do all the crazy things you want. Then when somebody comes up, it's like, do the voice. It's like, oh, wait, hold on.
Roll out.
Yeah!
Were they in the back of a car?
I know.
Transformers 1 opens on Friday. Casey saw it last night.
Saw it last night. I was there with my buddy Dennis and his son Jace, and then there was another guy, and Anton was there. Listen, it was awesome. We had the whole movie theater to ourselves. I grew up with Transformers, right? The first cartoon ever, was 1984. I was 9 years old. So this movie is perfect for people like me, and it's perfect for kids. I thought the action was great.
Origin story?
It's an origin story, yeah. And it, almost like, Magneto and Professor X.
I love that.
They were, at one point, friends.
Yeah.
And so, and I love that. And I don't know if that's, part of the source material or whatever, but I loved it.
Satisfied with the story?
Satisfied with the story, and it's going to move on. I think, there will be a Transformers 2.
I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah.
Nice.
And the animation was really, really great. And we saw it, and go see it in IMAX.
Okay. All right. That's the entertainment report for today. We have a lot going on the program. We have Good Money It happening a couple times during our show today at 8 o'clock. Your first chance of winning $1,000. Joining us as guest, Alex Pearlman, also known as Pearlmania 500, is stopping by to plug his gig at Helium Comedy Club. We will talk to Lzzy Hale this morning, right on the cusp of the MM-Barbecue. She and her band Hailstorm, one in the lineup of the MM-Barbecue, and that is on this Saturday, dear friends. So get ready for that. And when we return, we have an announcement that we think you're really, really going to like, a chance to win something so cool. So hang tight. We'll come back in a second with that and more on this Thursday morning. We'll be right back. Meet Eddie, the wearable device aiming to optimize, your situation. So see what I mean? That it's shaped kind of like a horseshoe?
Yeah.
And I guess
I'd like to play horseshoes with that.
I guess you're supposed to get yourself excited and then strap that thing on. I have no idea.
So you're tying off so that you're...
That's what it seems like to me, Steve.
That's what a C-ring's purpose is.
Does it...
It's not to get engaged.
Here you go. I'll read the information. Eddie is the first of its kind wearable FDA Class 2 erectile dysfunction device. Manufacturer Giddy maintains that its unique ergonomic design improves upon current devices by working with the natural physiology of a unit where... it's so funny.
You have to paraphrase.
It's so funny I can't say erection.
Yeah.
Where rings and constriction devices can actually work against it.
I swear by it, says B. Arthur.
It says here, Chloe Kent takes a closer look at how Eddie works and asks if it's truly an improvement upon the market's current state of affairs.
Preston, $298 for a 2-pack on Amazon.
What? Seriously?
No.
Look, $298 for a 2-pack. 2-pack.
Medicals.
Maybe they should get into it.
How do they charge you so much?
Eddie by Giddy.
Yeah.
Device for dysfunction proven effective. No pills. Comfortable design. Medical grade construction. Well, you need that.
All right.
Is it all right, hang on.
You have to nail it on.
Well, no. Is it a one-time use only, or
That's what I don't know.
No.
It's $298. There's no way, dude.
Does it say washable anywhere?
That has to be if you've multiple use. That's the kind of thing you can go halvesies on, Nick.
From the Red Hot Chili Peppers, please welcome Mr. Chad Smith.
Yeah.
To the show. Good morning, Chad. There we go.
Yeah, just people in there just hired just to clap loudly.
Yeah. That's what I do.
That's it. Yeah.
That's us. Yeah.
Gotta have clappers, man. Yep.
How do I get that gig?
Hey, Chad, I wanted to ask you, man. So Stone Harbor is where this is going to be. There have been sightings of you at the Jersey Shore before. No? What do you mean no?
I've never been to the Jersey. Tell me about the sightings. This sounds good.
Are you serious? We have heard there's somebody that looks like
it
you,
has to be
that people have sworn up and down that Chad Smith haunts.
Well, we all know who that is now. Don't.
Will Ferrell out there?
Some other dude, some other really good-looking guys out there too.
I have not been to the infamous Jersey Shore. This is my virgin experience. So yeah, what should I expect?
Well, it's beautiful. Stone Harbor's a gorgeous area, first of all, that you're going to be in. And it's just, you're going to be down there for Memorial Day weekend. So, in fact, that part of the state actually weighs more than any other part of the state this time of year because everybody's going to be flooding down that way. But it's just people dying to get out and enjoy summertime. So that's the kind of vibe you're going to be digging on.
Beginning of summer. And what a summer to start beginning, right?
Yeah.
Well, you're also dealing with the fact that restrictions are getting relaxed, and people are, as the vaccinations are going out and things are becoming more normal. I think you're going to get a very exuberant response from your art collection. And how is this? How long has this been a thing for you? Because obviously you have the artistic outlet of the music, but a lot of times, people like to dabble in other stuff. How long has this part of your life existed?
Well, I would say I've been doing this particular thing about 5 years now. And this company called Scene 4 in Los Angeles approached me, and it was really their kind of idea saying, look, here's how they presented it to me. We would like to put you in a dark room, completely dark, with these light up fluorescent drumsticks of different color, and have you improvise a solo or do whatever you want on the drums, and we're going to photograph you at different angles with different shutter speeds. And people that know about photography, the shutter speeds, slower, faster, make things blurry, and all that kind of stuff. And then after that, you can change the color and you can manipulate it on different canvases and do all kinds of modern post-production stuff. And, how does that sound to you? And I was like, it sounds pretty cool. It sounds psychedelic, and it's a connection for me from music and drumming, which is obviously my passion and the first thing that I've been doing since I was a little kid. And so it made sense to me in that way. So, that's what we did. And that was about 5 years ago. And then I have a second collection. It was so much fun. I did it again. And this time, though, I started adding afterwards in post-production. I really wanted the power and the energy and explosiveness of how I was trying to portray the drumming to pop out on a flat surface, which is really the challenge, because music and drumming is so physical and obviously it's a audio experience, but to try to get that translate that onto a flat surface is something I was interested in. So I've been adding things to it to embellish it, to bring out those feelings that I want to convey on the canvas, and it's been a lot of fun, and I'm just going for it. There's no art police that's going to come and say, hey, you can't do that. That's against the rules. You're supposed to do, whatever. And so I'm not really concerned with that. I just, if it touches people emotionally or whatever sort of, reaction you can get from art, any kind of art,
right?
I'm down. So it's really, I'm using my drumsticks as brushes. And actually, there are brushes that people use on the drums, and the drums are my canvas, and I can express myself any way I want.
That's wild.
We've had a few other rock stars by here that have taken to artistic and oil paints and various mediums, and a couple of them actually have been drummers. We have Mickey Hart of the Dead, Rick Allen of Def Leppard as well. Do you guys? Is this a community, drummers who go into art?
A drum circle, we'll get the hate circle or an art circle or whatever. Stuart Copeland does it. Bill Ward from Black Sabbath. There's a drummer from Journey. A lot of people. I don't know. Maybe it's a drumming thing. I know. I asked Mickey about it actually because I saw that he did it, and I asked, and he's with the same company that I did. And obviously, our thing is always very different. But just to get a feel for it and how the people were to work with and all that, and he was very positive about it. So, I guess it's a thing. Who knows?
You know what's interesting though is because you talk about that there's no art police, and I think as a musician, and this is your livelihood and so on and so forth, and albums and songs get critical reviews and so on and so forth. It's sort of liberating in a way to tie into an aspect of what you do and have that. And I don't give a rat's ass aspect to it, to just be purely something you feel at the moment. And no, I don't care how it's judged. This is what I want.
If you make art and you're worried about what other people think and you're making it for someone else than yourself, I mean, it sounds selfish, but you really, you have to be okay. You have to love it. And you don't always love everything you do, but you have to do it for yourself and come from the heart, and that's authentic.
Yeah.
And if you're making it for other people or what other people think, music, film, photography, whatever it is, art, then you're already out in a different place. And that's not where I'm coming from. So no, I mean, do I want people to like it? Sure. Do I want some people to hate it? Yes. I want action. I don't want,
all right.
You don't want that as an artist. You want people to love it, or they at least For me, I want a reaction. So I think that's good, and you take a risk, and you grow and change as an artist. That's really important, and I'm just doing that. And people don't like it, fuck them.
I have to dump out on the F-bomb. But listen, Chad, I have a question about that and the difference between creating music and creating this as tangible art that you can hold and touch and really take in. Now, if you create something, a piece of music, it goes out into the world, people purchase it, that's great. But you still have that. When you have a piece of art, if you create something that you really love, do you want someone to buy that and have them appreciate it, or is that something you want to keep for yourself? Is it hard to let go of something that you've created that you really, really like?
Yeah, that's a good point. And also I can use the music analogy. It's like you make your songs in your garage or wherever you're at, and you write these songs, and with our situation, there's 4 people in a room, and you come up with something, and if it's really great, it touches people and people connect to it. And then it's theirs. You know what I mean? It's really no longer yours. Once you put it out into the world, it's for everybody. And if it's something that I made, I guess this is the one thing that would be different. It's a tangible one thing. If I really liked it, I would keep it.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense, right? If I was like, I want to have it. I want it. But for most things, it's like, I'm doing it to express myself and share it with other people. So,
yeah, Chad, my girlfriend's a painter, and occagionally she'll paint something and keep it for herself.
Who are you?
I'm on the show as well. My name's Nick. Nice to meet you. And listen,
the GIMP, did they keep you in the club?
That's right. Well, today they let me take the leather mask off, but normally I'm in the closet. But she's an artist and she's a painter, and she loves to occasionally keep a painting for herself. But listen, the reason I wanted to bring a chat just for a second is I don't want to alarm you, but we're zooming with you. There's a window behind you, and I just saw somebody wandering behind you. I don't know if you know who that is, or if there's just there. See him?
Yeah. There's somebody out your window.
Yeah. There's somebody right outside your window right now.
That's my son Dashiell. He's like loves horror movies and creepy dolls. He's on his bike right now.
Okay.
You guys are talking about you.
Oh, yeah. That's funny.
Yeah, if he's a horror guy, we can have a conversation.
He's quite a character.
Chad, I've got to ask you, one of my favorite places in our country is somewhere I've been visiting since I was a kid, Montauk, New York. And I was there a couple years ago. And apparently, now hopefully we get this rumor right, but apparently I just missed you at Swallow East. You jumped on stage, this was the story, to play with the band that was there.
Probably, yeah, that sounds about right. I'm in Montauk right now.
Oh, you're there?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I love it there.
Yeah, it's great. Dashiell, they're just talking about how creepy you are behind you.
He's going to put his son on with us. Let's say to Dashiell. Hey! What's up, dude?
We've been coming here for about 16 years now. My wife's from this area in Long Island. A little bit, not quite as far, but we're here, and we come in the summer whenever we can, and when I'm not working, and I'm sure I've been Talk House, Surf Lodge, you name it. If there's a drum set, I'm showing up. I'm getting up.
I love it.
That's cool.
Do you go to Lynn's Hula Hut, the little hut in the parking lot? If you haven't, you have to go there.
I'm taking any gigs.
WMMR.
Thanks, Kath. So before we went to the commercial break, I said that we had this big announcement we were going to make. I'm not ready to make it yet. There's a detail about the information that I'm not privy to yet, and I want to make sure that I have that. And I tried to call both Chuck D'Amico and Eric Simon in our promotions and programming department, and nobody was available. So I'm going to hold off until I know for sure, and then we will reveal it. It'll be within the hour. We'll figure this out. But there's one little detail that I don't quite understand.
You should know it.
I don't feel comfortable passing along the information until I know that. So we'll get to it in a little bit. So
what if you say something that pisses off the mob?
I mean, come on.
You can't risk that.
That's my life we're talking
it's right
about.
on the line.
All right. We have a number of guests on the show this morning. By the way, Nifty 50s is going to be stopping by, so we'll do some giveaways with those guys. And I am hungry.
I'm thrilled.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it. But before we eat, let's feed our mind.
Yes.
By going to the Just Saying Institute Loads of medical and scientific discoveries to share with you, friends.
The Just Sayin Institute, home of the new School Carline Aggression Mitigation Center.
Carline Aggression
Mitigation Center.
All
It's
right.
so you don't kill the person in front of you who cut in line.
So we're going to talk scientifically about taking a dump at work.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. The cool. The Queensland Department of Health in Australia recently launched a social media campaign with the message that it's okay to poop at work.
So this the information that one can glean from this segment is invaluable, I think, for many people.
Yes.
For many years, I was never pee shy, but I was kind of poop shy.
I still am.
Yeah. And I have to have the right conditions. I know you're the same with me. I want the place to myself. I want the joint to myself.
Yeah, totally.
So I'm now much better at it.
Okay. I will explain in a moment when I get to some more of the details of this, of where my shyness comes into play and why I have this issue. The campaign has gained significant traction on Instagram and Facebook. It has been praised by health and marketing experts for its humorous handling of a taboo topic. A colorful Instagram post is accompanied by a caption warning of the health risks of, quote, holding it in, including hemorrhoids and other gastrointestinal
It's bad for you. Yes, it is bad for you to do that.
The caption also notes, if you find it extremely difficult to go around other people, you might have parcopresis.
Parcopresis.
So this is a condition. Parcopresis. This is why I brought it up in the Just
Sounds like a
Saying
board
Institute.
game.
And it's sometimes called shy bowel, and it occurs when people experience a difficulty or inability to poop in public toilets due to fear of perceived scrutiny by others.
Yes, of course.
They may fear being judged by others about unpleasant smells or sounds when they have a bowel motion or how long they take to go, for example.
I'm just staring at somebody.
Listen, I will walk into the bathroom, and if somebody is not even in there and they've gone, like, I get angry. I will get angry and leave and go to another bathroom.
What about if I may be so bold? You yourself, will you go? Will you do number 2 here at work?
I will do everything not to.
But will you if you have to?
I mean, if I'm going to crap myself, then I guess I'm going to have to. But no, I do not typally go here.
Okay.
I have this because, and it's essentially the sounds. I don't care about the smell. I'll destroy the place and not care. But, okay, it's the sounds, yes.
Do you know why it's the smell that bothers me?
Why?
Because your fecal matter is getting into your nose.
Yeah.
Oh, that.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
Listen,
what
I
you're
don't like other people's smells. I'm talking about leaving my own.
Oh, your own.
Yeah.
Okay.
You hit the two things.
So it's the sounds for me because, and I've probably shared this before. I'm a grunter.
Are you?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I have sometimes I have difficulty going, and it's like, stop it. I got to work at it. Like right now, specifically, I'm having a time where it's difficult to pass, and I have to. And I have to grunt a little bit.
Okay.
And I feel embarrassed by
Of course. I'm
working in there.
Do you know what I'm embarrassed by?
What?
The splash.
Yeah, that too.
That's why I've always said they should pump in music.
I agree.
Into the bathroom.
Yes.
Something. That's why I despise when I'm. By the way, if you ever go into the stall in the bathroom and in the stall next to you, you hear.
Yeah.
That's me.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, God damn it.
Yeah.
I was alone.
I don't do the sigh, but I will give a slight unnecessary clearing of the throat.
Yes.
To let someone know I am in here. I'm in here.
Do you clear your throat to cover the splash?
I have done that before.
Yes.
I don't do that anymore.
I will sing Josh Groban.
Oh, really? You raised me up? That's a good one, by the way. It would fill up the entire bathroom. It's so full-bodied, and it will cover over anything.
Listen to it. It's gorgeous.
Where is it?
I don't know, Kiss. Yeah.
You raise me up. Shut the up.
So let me tell you a scenario that happened to me just the other day.
All right.
So I go
Do
up.
tell.
I go up. If there's, I never even go on this floor because it's like Grand Central Station in our bathroom. So I go up one. It's a slightly less populated floor, And I went up there the other day, and somebody was in one of the stalls, so I went up one more to the top floor.
Now you're running out of floors.
I go in there, I get the bathroom by myself. I'm in there, and somebody comes in, and I think they were like me, a little perturbed when they see someone else, like Kathy, somebody else in one of the stalls. And he gets in the stall next to me, and purposely had to have done this. The toilet seat was up.
Yeah.
He slammed
Clank.
it down really hard.
I've heard that.
Really loud. Well, that pissed me off. So I finished my business.
Yeah.
I get done, and I think he was pissed because maybe he saw that my shoes, I was wearing like regular sneakers, and I'm probably not one of the suits that's up on the top floor.
You're a kid.
And so he knows I came from a different floor.
Yeah.
Get out of my
Outworlder.
bathroom.
Yeah.
So anyway, as I'm leaving, I slammed the stall door as hard as I could. And I mean, it was loud, man.
Okay.
And I didn't hear,
Can I tell
peep
you
from the guy. I was like, screw you, buddy.
Can I tell you, I've done exactly the same thing. I cannot, because that's exactly the same way I read it. I read that slamming. It's like, well, here's your, go to another bathroom.
Yeah.
I
went to another bathroom.
Are you sure it wasn't like an accident?
I don't think it was an accident.
It could have been an accident.
You can tell.
He goes in that bathroom all the time.
Because I have soft close toilet seats in every single toilet,
and then you forget.
except for one.
Yes.
And so there's one bathroom that is not soft close, and I slam it down every single time. I'm like, oh, geez.
I forget. Yep.
Yeah.
I do the same thing.
That's not how I read it. It's an act of aggression that must be answered.
I'll rethink that now. All right. So living with gastrointestinal condition may contribute to parcopresis due to anxiety about the need to use the toilet frequently and a perceived judgment from others when doing so. Other factors such as past negative experiences or accessibility challenges may also play a role. For sufferers, anxiety can present in the form of a faster heart rate, rapid breathing, sweating, muscle tension, blushing, nausea, trembling, or a combination of these symbols.
You know what? I think a lot would be helped by this if you had, instead of stalls, I think if you had to the floor, when you actually have little water closets or, when you have an individual little room.
Yeah,
you
it's
know
like unisex bathrooms. You go in and everybody's got their own private little bathroom. I love
think
those.
that would eliminate a lot of that.
Yes, it would. They experience.
That's why we always talk about that scene in Full Metal Jacket where it's just rows of toilets without any divider between them. I mean,
I have a friend.
If anything would make me ready for battle, getting good at that would do that.
I have a friend of mine who was a Marine. He had, and he was in Paris Island, so he had to sit on those toilets with other guys. Like you could essentially, you were rubbing up next to him, but it didn't serve him properly. He is a total poop shy guy now.
Is he?
Even though he went through that, he will not do it. So living with parcopresis can affect multiple domains of life and quality of life overall. For example, sufferers may have difficulty relating to employment, relationships, and social life.
I can't date you. I'm poop shy.
They may avoid traveling or attending certain events because of their symptoms.
I completely hear that. One of our legendary imaging guy, Steve Lushbaugh, would go home. He would go into Center City from here. Balakin would go home to his place and go there.
Yep. So people may experience guilt, shame, and fear about being judged by colleagues or supervisors if they need to make extended or frequent visits to the bathroom. This may particularly apply to people with gastrointestinal conditions.
I'll tell you this: you as the pooper, or you're in your stall, you can do a couple of things. Courtesy flushes are certainly the rule of thumb when you're doing that. Try to cover sounds if you can. Yeah. That's what I do. Yeah.
Shame.
Right.
Shame.
I dare you say he's bringing the bell.
Yeah. Shame. Why isn't there music?
Shame. Why isn't there?
Come on. Just a little bit of filler. That's why even when we do contests and we have callers on the line, we play a little filler music. Underneath, it just kind of rounds things out a little bit. It fills in the gaps, and it just kind of provides a little distraction, a little cushion. Casey, bring up a little music bed that we might use if we're having a contest, and it just kind of fills in, and it doesn't need to be. There you go.
No, anything, music.
Yeah, so here's an example. Still something like this.
I could dump to this. Yeah.
By the way, this is Beastie Boys.
It is.
Yeah, this is a cool little instrumental that they did. So, anyway, it has a name to it, and I thought it was kind of interesting and something that people really have to deal with. Parcopresis is the name of being poop shy.
Nice. All right.
So,
well, yes. So for many people, I can see it, and I agree with this article wholeheartedly. It could be sort of a debilitating thing, especially if you're in pain because you're too shy to use the bathroom at work.
Here are a couple of strategies, real quick. I'll add these if you do have this issue. Identify and challenge negative thoughts about using public toilets, and remind yourself that using the bathroom is normal, and that most people are not paying attention to others in the toilets. Try to manage stress through relaxation techniques such as deep breathing and progressive muscle relaxation, which involves tensing and relaxing different muscles around the body. Engage in gradual exposure can be helpful. Which means visiting.
Ed, come in here for a second.
Visiting public toilets at different times and locations. You can develop greater confidence in using them. And you can use grounding or distraction techniques while going to the bathroom. These might include listening to music
or
watching something on your phone or focusing on your breathing.
Use a starter pistol.
Okay.
You could do that too. Yeah. If it's having a significant impact on your life, you need to talk to your doctor or psychologist who can help identify appropriate approaches for treatment.
Thank you for bringing this to me. I think you're nuts.
That's what your doctor says? You're insane.
You're flat out insane. Yeah. And if you use my bathroom, I'll kill you.
All right, let me go to another story from the Just Sayin Institute. So if you're wondering how your sex life stacks up against everyone else's, I've got a study for you. In honor of World Sexual Health Day, which was on the 4th, a new study had given a peek into the sex lives of people around the world, and it turns out that Generation Z is having less sex, fewer partners, and fewer relationships than older generations.
I was reading about this, and it's crazy how much it's reduced.
Yeah, so researchers with the Kinsey Institute at Indiana University analyzed data from more than 3,300 users of the dating app field in 71 different countries. Participants ranged in age from 18 to 75, and they were asked about their sexual health, relationships, attitudes, behaviors, as well as their experiences. So both Gen X and millennials are having the most sex, 5 times a month on average. You might think the youngest people would be getting the most action, but Zoomers are actually tied with baby boomers. Both Gen Z and boomers have sex an average of 3 times per month. More of Gen Z participants are single than other generations. Half of them report being single compared to a fifth of millennials, Gen X, and boomers.
We talked about the reduction in because of the phone, because of remote. The pandemic also fostered, a sense of being able to conduct friendships remotely, and that the groups. I used to have friend groups like a pack of animals. We'd go out and do our deal. You don't see that much these days.
Gen Z is almost twice as likely to fantasize about monogamy than other generations in the study.
I'd like to apologize to Jennifer Garner and her pool boy, Ben Affleck, for incorporating them into my fantasy life.
Fantasy life. Researchers suggest this could be because
I apologize to anyone who's been offended by my fictional creations, Chrysagon, the philosopher of evil, and the skull sealer.
So the researchers suggest this could be because older adults have simply had more practice with monogamy, and some may have found that it's not for them.
Also, the equipment gets older. Mine still has a pull string.
There are other theories that millennials, Gen X, and baby boomers may have just found that after a long period of monogamy, they have a new craving for sexual novelty and newness.
So whenever I hear the word monogamy or monogamous, I cannot... This is going to be so random. I cannot not think about True Romance with Christian Slater and Patricia Arquette, because when he finds out that she was a hooker, and then she falls in love with him, she's crying, and when she's with somebody, she's like 100% monogamous. And when she says monogamous, she has this giant spit bubble that comes out of her mouth.
Oh,
I know.
I don't like that.
And so whenever I hear that word, that's what I think of. Does that... Nobody else?
Head.
Nobody else? Anybody else?
Not me.
No,
I have to say no.
No, sir.
Okay.
Text or call if you do the same thing as Casey, because he would like to not be alone on
It's
this.
a giant spit bubble.
So
I think there's probably millions of people out there.
Millions.
Yeah.
Millions.
Think
By the way,
Patricia Arquette's spit bubble.
In case you were wondering about this, so baby boomers are still getting laid, but on the downside, they're also seeing a substantial uptick in STIs.
Yes.
The youngest boomers
aliens, right?
No, these are sexually transmitted.
I'm sorry.
What does the I stand for? It used to be STDs.
Yeah, I didn't know.
STIs, sexually transmitted
inclusivity?
Ink spots.
Infection.
Infection. There you go.
There you go.
So the youngest boomers are 59 years old, so there's no risk of pregnancy. As a result, condom use for many is an afterthought. And that can be a problem when the stranger they're getting down with isn't as pristine as you might expect.
Is there any usefulness to a condom if you put it on after you've had sex?
No, none whatsoever.
Experts have pinned this down to a lack of sexual education when it comes to the nasty funk spread around in the sexual landscape, as well as generational inability to discuss sex in an open and honest manner.
Like a broom closet?
Something like that.
You're going to be my regular Saturday night thing, baby. Oh, yeah.
As an example, between 2012 and 2022, instances of chlamydia more than tripled in the boomer demographic.
Wow.
Cases of gonorrhea quadrupled, and cases of syphilis increased 7-fold.
Yay for syphilis.
Man.
Syphilis is making a comeback.
Yeah.
They're rotting apart.
I'd like to thank all the other social diseases. It's been a struggle, but we finally made it.
Hang on a second here. I have some text messages.
I'm looking at you, Lockjaw.
This says, Casey, I got your back. I remember that scene with Patricia Arquette. Another one says, Casey, I think of that exact moment in True Romance also. Another one says, I love True Romance, and I knew what you were going to say about the spit bubble before you said it, Casey. I do, Casey, and also when she's crying over top of Christian Slater after he gets shot, she has a huge drip of spit coming out of her mouth.
Yeah. I mean, it's real. You got to keep that stuff in, even if it's gross looking, right? You want to.
I mean, there are certain scenes, and of course, with the classic is the Blair Witch Project when you're seeing the snot come out of her nose. But a spit I can take, snot I can't.
I didn't see a spit bubble, Case. I
It's
saw
like
a spit
it's a
stream.
nanosecond.
Yeah, it's all there.
Wait,
It's
hold
all
on.
there.
Oh, it's super quick.
It's super quick.
Oh, it's not like a lingering bubble. It just, I saw a spit string. So I don't know.
I
Whatever.
like spit string. Are you a big? I don't like a.
No.
No.
Excuse me.
Do you like the spit
no,
string?
you don't have to go there.
Are you talking about
pornography?
in an oral,
when
in an
watching.
oral
Yeah,
scene?
yeah.
It really doesn't do much for
No,
me.
it doesn't.
It was novelty at first.
Yeah, it was like a magic trick.
And I found it
It's like,
interesting.
look, I stole your nose.
Yeah, and
Moving along.
I've seen it enough times.
Yeah.
What else
It's
you
like,
have?
where did that go?
All right.
It disappeared.
We'll move on from sex now. How about this? A brain implant guided by AI could provide around-the-clock personalized care for people with Parkinson's disease, a new study suggests. We're gonna
pretty
get a little-
amazing.
We're going to get a little more serious
Yes.
right here, Kathy.
From crapping to spit strings.
The implant uses AI to monitor a patient's brain activity for changes that can cause movement problems during the day and insomnia at night. When the device spots troubling activity, it intervenes with precisely calibrated pulses of electricity called deep brain stimulation.
I've seen, I believe it was test footage of this being employed, and it seems pretty miraculous.
In essence, the implant creates a closed loop in which symptoms are continuously tamped down as Parkinson's patients go about their daily lives. An early stage clinical trial in 4 people found that the implant reduced their most bothersome Parkinson's symptoms by 50%. This is fairly new, Steve.
So I saw a device that somebody was using, Preston, that was the similar concept of these pulses.
Yeah, so I remember seeing that a while back too, but they would have to initiate that.
This happens on its own.
This
It's
uses
autonomous.
AI, so this is around the clock.
Okay.
It will monitor what's going on and automatically engage.
It's pretty amazing. It's pretty amazing.
Parkinson's disease affects about 10 million people worldwide and arises from the loss of dopamine-producing neurons in deep regions of the brain. Dopamine is a hormone that helps coordinate movement in the body.
As like Elon Musk and these different, these people are making advances with the Neuralink and things of that nature, would you, if given the ability to have a brain chip put in that would elevate your intellectual capabilities would you go for it?
No.
I would not.
No.
Oh, no? Yeah.
No. I would not.
No, I mean, now, if I had Parkinson's disease,
then I would consider,
and there was, something serious going on, I would probably consider that. But just to be,
you'd get the one bum unit. Preston? What?
It was then that my radio career ended.
Preston's going to start the break. Here you go. What the hell happened?
But it would be pretty cool. What was that Upgrade, that movie?
Oh, I love that movie.
You could turn into that.
That's the fear, right? The thing is, it becomes self-aware.
Eventually takes over.
Yeah.
As dopamine levels decline, people start to develop movement problems like tremors, muscle stiffness, and impaired balance. They also develop other symptoms like depression and insomnia. Deep brain stimulation has been shown to reduce the amount of medication that Parkinson's patients need for their symptoms. However, until now, DBS implants have been designed to provide a constant level of electrical stimulation rather than to adapt to a person's current symptoms. And this can cause symptoms to veer from one extreme to another. So this would know when they were happening.
I think that's amazing. Listen, because people who are held captive by that, and then all the other things that are perhaps tangential to that might be helped. Can they do something with a chip in the brain that will allow you to take a dump at work?
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't even think of that application. I hope so.
This is going to be a 9-hour surgery, but you will be able to take a dump at work.
I wanted to take... So there's good news and bad news.
It's worth it.
Yeah. I wanted to mention this real quick, Case. You don't have to hit the JSI thing. It's kind of tied to this. I got this email.
It's from the satellite school.
No, I got this email. This is a serious one. It's a short out, but this is from the Canning family, Matt, Nicole, Aubrey, and Cole, and longtime listeners of the program. And she wrote, I believe this is from, it says from the whole family. It says, my family was in St. Louis for a fundraiser for the Mitchell and Friends Foundation. And I've attached a link to the page below so you can check it out if you like. So I went and looked at it. The foundation is trying to raise money for research to not only find a potential treatment, but a cure for Mitchell syndrome.
Which is what now?
Well, it's extremely rare. It's a genetic disease, which she said my son Cole was diagnosed with in 2021. And as of today is one of only 30 known cases in the world.
Wow. Jesus.
When he was diagnosed in 2021, he was the 9th known case. Washington University in St. Louis is heading up the research study because Mitchell Herndon, the syndrome's namesake, is from St. Louis. His parents, Matt and Michelle, started the foundation after Mitchell passed away in 2019. And I'm not sure if a shout out would make it at all the way to St. Louis, but if you could think of it, then I would love to send one to all the doctors, nurses, scientific advisors, et cetera, at Washington University working to hopefully put an end to this awful disease. That's the shout out. She said, my son wakes up every day, and even though his routine may be a little bit different than most, you would never know it by his attitude if he can handle all the things he's been through the last few years, and I have no reason to not do the same. So luckily, we have an area with immense resources, having places like CHOP, Shriners, and the Ronald McDonald House so close is something not every family is fortunate enough to have. Any help spreading the word about the Mitchell Foundation would be greatly appreciated. I also plan on reaching out to Casey because there's a cycling event coming up. So it's extremely rare. Steve, on the surface, it kind of seems a little bit like ALS. It's progressive, and slowly people lose the ability to walk. And sometimes it comes with cognitive failure as well, or decline. And it's just terrible to hear about this. And it's so rare that just a handful of people, and one in our area is one of few in the world that has it.
And what happens when you're that small a number, you're not getting the funding, you're not getting the consideration. So yeah, it's tough, man.
So take a look at Mitchell syndrome. I was not aware of this, so I wanted to pass that along. This seemed like a good time to do it after talking about Parkinson's there. Case, do we need to break now?
We do.
Okay, because, well, we got to stay on time for Good Money It. We have your chance to win $1,000, but this was a nice stop at
we learned a lot.
Just Saying Institute today. I believe, is Nifty 50s here? Yes, they are. And they brought by breakfast sandwiches, and of course they have a ridiculous array of milkshakes there.
They're the best.
They have the
legendary
fall milkshakes, pumpkin pie, pumpkin cheesecake, and the shake of the month is lemon meringue. And they brought by a bunch of other things too. So how about we give away a $50 gift card to caller number 14 at 215-263-WMMR. 10 times Best of Philly winner.
Yep.
Nifty 50s. Mouthwatering. burgers, fresh cut fries, hand-dipped milkshakes, handcrafted sodas. 8 locations, by the way, and you can go to nifty50s.com to find the one nearest you. So caller number 14, you get it. We're going to take a break and be right back, and hopefully with the announcement information that we wanted to pass along. So stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Talk.
Yeah.
So does that mean will you go back there instead of staying in Stone Harbor over the weekend, or are
I'm just coming in? Actually, I'm doing. There's a thing at the World Trade Center at the Oculus where you walk through it.
That's right.
And I have a thing there on Friday, and it's running through the weekend. But I have to go down for Friday.
Look over your right shoulder.
Really trippy. It's like 2 football fields long, giant digital screens, and my art and a bunch of other people.
Chad, turn around.
Turn around.
Yeah, I just ran away.
Listen,
he was up on the windowsill.
Don't encourage them.
Oh my God, that was so funny.
It's a rascal. This one. I mean, I'm getting payback big time.
Hey, does he play? Does he play drums?
He used to really like the guitar when he was younger. I thought he was going to be the next Jimi Hendrix, but he kind of gave it up. He likes skateboarding and just wreaking havoc with his parents. So now he riding his bike, and no, he kind of. But my middle one, my 12-year-old plays the drums actually, and it's a room full of drums in here.
Ah, nice,
beautiful.
Yeah.
Hey, I have a drum question for you.
Bed and 3 drum sets.
I have a drum question for you. I'm a lifelong drummer. I'm 53 years old. I quit for a long stretch. I have some hearing issues. I have tinnitus. I played in a band. I did the damage. It's over. But I've been getting back into it the last few years. Bought a great Roland electronic kit. And I've decided to crack down and work on the fundamentals, things that I should have done that I really wasn't paying attention to when I was in marching band and so on. And so I'm really working hard, and I'm doing it just for me. I'm not going to play in a band or anything like that. I just want to be a great drummer just to entertain myself and to satisfy myself. And so I've been working hard. I've been seeing a lot of progress. I'm feeling really, really good about it. And then, boom, all of a sudden, I got this wicked case of tendonitis in my left elbow. And I went to an orthopedic, and he's like, you got to stop playing for a while. But, dude, my momentum is, I'm tearing it up. I'm improving so much. And I don't know if I should listen to the doctor or I should follow my heart and keep on practicing hard, you know?
Man, is it have anything to do with the Roland kit, like how you're hitting? Is that because they don't have a lot of, do they have a lot of give?
No, they did. You know what? Actually, where I initially heard it is I was doing it on a pillow, to work on my rebound a little bit, and I think I went a little too hard on that. So it was my own doing, I think.
I mean, I feel you, brother, when you want to do it, and then it's like, you can't, or you're not supposed to. Is it inflammation or is it tendonitis?
No, it's like it might be like a little tear in there. So,
Okay.
Yeah. But you've played for, as hard as you guys play, especially when you're touring. Do you ever have these things pop up where it's like, oh man, what am I going to do?
Yeah. Absolutely. It's more. I don't think that I've had tendonitis.
Yeah.
But I get inflammation in my joints and my wrist and my elbow. It's not normal to do this. Right. Man like me. So it's like, it's going to catch up to you.
Yeah.
So you really, it's a funny thing. I tell people, it's like, it's no longer like, you party all night and get all wasted and whatever till 4 a.m, sleep for 2 hours, get up. It's literally now it's what you got to do to take care of yourself so you can be healthy to perform at the level that you want to.
Right.
So it's a whole different thing. It's really like taking care of yourself, eating right, getting enough sleep. Sounds so boring, but yeah, it's inflammation is the thing that gets me. Okay. And so I have to after we play, if anything hurts or not, I just ice.
Yeah.
I ice my wrists. It's mainly my wrists that tend to get sticky, as I like to call it, and that really helps. But tendonitis, man, that's
Yeah. I should probably listen to the doctor. I don't know. They'll work it out later. But Speaking of the music, I did hear a whisper recently that you and the Red Hot Chili Peppers are starting to get ideas together for a new record. Any truth to that?
There's truth to that. Yes, you heard correct. We're making a record, and we're almost done with it.
Wow.
And then when it's, the pandemic thing is no concerts. So we just wrote music and recorded a bunch of songs, and we're going to put a record out when it's done and baked like a nice cake.
Yeah.
And we'll go play some shows. We're going to play next year, though. We decided to wait. I want it to be fun and safe, and as you were talking about, as normal as possible for everybody, and be able to experience not only performing but going to the show. So I know there's some shows popping up now, but we're going to wait until next year, like a lot of people, and come out.
How do you guys? How do you guys keep it so fresh and continue to put out like good new music that doesn't sound like the album before or the album before or the album before? You guys have a knack to really just continue to produce great new music.
Wow, you're very smart. Not only handsome, powerful.
Powerful.
Anyway. Yeah, thank you. Well, we love it, and so, Guy, and as I was just alluding to before, I think that you have to keep changing and growing and challenging yourself as an artist. It's just, why keep doing the same thing over and over? Or some people, that's kind of all they can do, so they do that. Okay. But we're pretty good, as humbly as I can say. We like all kinds of different music, and we want to not do what we did. It's going to sound like the Red Hot Chili Peppers, but we have a distinct, something I'm very proud of. We have an identifiable sound to our band. And, Anthony has a very, recognizable voice, and we play the way we do. And you put four of us together, and we can kind of do anything. So we're so fortunate that way. That opens up the palette of like fast, slow, hard, funk, rock, blah, 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 all those stupid categories. We just make music that we like. And hopefully you make some good ones. They're not all going to be great. But,
hey,
do it, man.
Chad,
keep doing the same thing. That would be...
I wanted to ask about the dynamic with your guitar players and Josh Klinghoffer and John Frusciante, and the floating in and out of the two guys. Does that get weird at all, trying to make those decisions of who's going to be playing guitar on with the band now? And because you're talking about your livelihood, you're talking about a brotherhood and all that stuff. So how difficult is it to make those? And you're also talking about legalities and stuff, about contracts and things. So
yeah, it is difficult. We don't interchange our band members like changing our underwear. It's like the chemistry of a group is so important, and that really, to me, separates all the great bands have amazing chemistry, and it doesn't mean every player has to be so proficient on their instrument, and it's just how people, it's a team, and it's a gang, and it's like how they mesh together. And we've been very fortunate to have great musicians in our band, great guitar players, other drummers before I joined, 30 whatever years ago, but like wonderful musicians. And you have to have that connection with that person for it to, gel together and make something that's special. And with John Frusciante, who's come back in our group, this is now the third time, we have that thing with him, and I don't know what it is, but we have it.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
When we get together, we make this thing that's special. And as you get older, you don't take that for granted. When we were younger, we're kind of like, oh yeah, whatever, But as you learn and go through life and life experiences, you learn, don't take this for granted. So when he wanted to come back in our group again, he'd gone off and done other things, and he wanted to be in a band again. He's like, this is the only band I want to be in. I just want to play with you guys. And so we were like, I think this would be great to have this opportunity, another fresh, kind of take on what we're doing in 2020 or whenever it was when he joined, a year ago. And so we welcome that. And, again, the other guys in the band are amazing, have made great music, have had wonderful times. I love Josh and Dave Navarro and all these guys that have been in our group. But, we do have a special thing with John. So we're gonna get on that and see what happens.
Nice.
Hey, Chad, not only am I the guy who claps and cheers in the background when we bring guests on, but I'm also the guy that makes. It's a great job. It's a great gig. Pays the mortgage. But I'm also the guy who makes things weird, and so I want to invite you over for a cigar this weekend because I'm a short town over from where you are. But if you want to come over for a cigar or a crab cake sandwich, I know where to get the good stuff.
Sounds really weird.
We know.
It was supposed to be.
I thought you were going to play. You can come over, some kind of sandwich, and we'll play hide the cigar.
Yeah. Now that's a party.
I heard about the Jersey Shore thing. Somewhat, I don't know, but you know what? I'm down for whatever. So you might have to come get me rescue me from the gallery.
All right.
Well, join you for a cigar.
Speaking of the gallery, so people come out, they get to see the artwork and purchase as well, correct? And how is that working? I mean, you're going to be on premises.
I've got the times here.
Oh, you do? All right.
Saturday, 7 to 10 p.m., and then Sunday, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. So.
Oh, they're awesome. Yeah.
I think I'm only going to 1 on Sunday. I don't want to drive 9 hours back to Memorial Day Sunday. But yeah, I'll be there and come down and we'll hang out and talk about whatever and look at stuff. And I may, add something to something if somebody really wants me to. Who knows? It kind of goes. So yeah, that'll be happening Saturday and Sunday. Exactly.
Hey, do you know, just offhand, and I don't know if this is inappropriate to ask an artist, but what your artwork goes for money-wise, or is it...
Billions!
Yeah.
Wow!
You asked! No, come on. I don't know.
Okay.
Price points in front of you. There's ones. There's a lot of different ones.
Okay.
So,
but
it's it's affordable.
Let's just say
everyone.
Art to suit every budget.
I love it. Nice.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah.
All right. Well, Chad will be, just to reiterate, at the
Stillwater shirt.
He's wearing a Stillwater shirt. Yeah.
Wow!
I just picked this up. But in fact, there was they're reissuing the soundtrack from Almost Famous. If you didn't hear what Chad said, he was asking if I'm wearing a Stillwater shirt.
Right.
And they're reissuing the soundtrack in like a 5-disc set or something like that. And they're going to have 5 full-length songs from Stillwater. Whoever the group was, wearing. You said Mike McCready?
Mike McCready, Nancy Wilson wrote a lot of the songs. I think Cameron Crowe contributed as well, too. But, full-fledged great musicians. But there was a band, and the story, I mean, we can talk about this at another time, but the story behind the band Stillwater, there was a fictional band created by Cameron Crowe for the movie, is really impressive.
Yeah. Kind of like, what's his name, Willie Nelson's son.
Lucas.
Band. Yeah, Lucas, thank you.
Yeah.
Like, that was the band for that movie, for the Star is Born movie.
With Bradley Cooper. Yeah,
I didn't know that.
They became buddies, and Bradley Cooper became a better musician because he worked with Lucas on that record. Yeah.
Hey, just a quick question, because we have you talk about Almost Famous. What movie do you think most captures, since you're an actual rock star, what movie do you think resonates and captures the spirit of being a rock star? The best.
Hands down, no doubt. The movie This Is Spinal Tap.
There we go.
Nice.
Come on.
Yeah.
The greatest films. I'm sorry. They nail it. Every scene. If you've been in a band at all, done any traveling at all, it's incredible. It holds up to this day.
It does.
Other movies, Almost Famous, all that stuff, but To me, Spinal Tap, hands down.
Are you saying you've gotten lost backstage trying to find your way to the stage before?
Of course. Everything in that movie, not one thing.
MMR.
So here's what we're going to do. We got about a little less than a minute or so before we can play our sounder and the keyword for Good Money It. After that, I want to reveal the details of the announcement we were going to have earlier. I got some of the information, so we'll pass that along. But in the meantime, I want to tell you about Casey, who is going to be out and about at JD Brewski's. Is that tonight?
Yeah, JT Brewski's. I'll be back in Delco. Yeah, so it's the Bud Light Thursday night kickoff. We started it all last week in Westchester. I'm going home tonight, and I'll be at JT Brewski's in Primos or CKN or however you want to say it. I'll be there from 7 to 9. Listen, we're giving away a pair of tickets for the Eagles game against the Cleveland Browns on Sunday, October 13th. So we're going to give away those tickets tonight. By 9 o'clock, you have to be there to win, but I'll be there from 7 to 9. We give away a key every 15 minutes or so. Each key winner wins like a T-shirt and a little prize pack, and then they're registered for the grand prize. And then the grand prize, anybody who wins a key is then going to be entered into a raffle at the end of the season. Should the Eagles end up hosting a playoff game, there'll be raffled for that as well.
Nice.
That's great.
Tonight, 7 to 9, JT Brewski's. Casey will be there. All right, we can officially do this.
93.3 WMMR Philadelphia. It's time for a Good Money It keyword.
And that word would happen to be show. S-H-O-W. And we'll give you until 15 minutes after the hour to enter that. 3 ways to do it. WMMR.com, the MMR app, or you can text it the special contest short code number, which is 45911. One random entry will win $1,000 in the company-wide contest. And each winner gets a call from Beasley. So make sure that you do answer your phone. Contest rules available at WMMR.com. And it's brought to you by Horizon Services, Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing. So the word again for Good Money It is show. S-H-O-W. Now, before we do the bizarre file, I would like to make the announcement we wanted to make a little while ago. So we're excited about this. This is cool. And it's over a stretch of days. It starts tomorrow morning. Ladies and gentlemen, coming to Lincoln Financial Field Friday, May 23rd and Sunday, May 25th will be Metallica. And we here at MMR are going to have a contest called the 10 Days of Metallica. And it starts tomorrow morning. There are 3 chances for you to win a pair of tickets each day to not one, but both of those Metallica shows.
Pretty friggin' amazing.
Friday, May 23rd with Limp Bizkit and Ice Nine Kills. And then Sunday, May 25th with Pantera and Suicidal Tendencies. Now, here's what you have to do. You can go to WMMR.com. We'll have another chance for you to win there. And there's a cheat sheet that will let you know what times to listen each day. So this is going to happen 3 times a day. Is it 3 times a day we'll be playing a Metallica song?
Yep.
And when you hear that song, be the 10th caller, and then you can win those tickets to both of them. And it will start tomorrow and run for 10 straight days. So
a lot of tickets.
Are going to have your first chance to win tomorrow morning, and you can end up going to both of these shows, which they've been doing these 2 show gigs for a while now, and people love them. And from what I understand, independent song list each night.
Yeah, that's the word.
So you can go to 2 completely different shows if you go to both of them. 2-day tickets go on sale, by the way, Friday the 27th at 10 a.m. via Ticketmaster, but we will have your chance to start winning these tomorrow morning. 10 Days of Metallica, WMMR.com for all the details. So there you go, my friend, and we wish you good luck. Let's do the Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch. You can join Casey tonight, as we said, from 7 to 9 for the Bud Light Thursday night kickoff at JT Brewski's in Delco. And you can enter for your chance to win a pair of Eagles tickets courtesy of Bud Light. Well, a Pakistani man recently went viral for installing a surveillance camera on his young daughter's head so that he could monitor her activities throughout the day and make sure she is all right.
Was it installed with her blessing, or was it secretly installed?
No, it's installed with her blessing. In a viral video titled Next Level Security, The Pakistani woman is shown being interviewed while wearing a security camera on her burqa-covered head.
Wow.
Asked about the bizarre accessory, she said that it was her father's idea, adding that she had nothing against it because she knew that her parents were concerned about her safety.
Yeah, at a certain point, she's going to tell him to back the F off. And I'm curious. I used to work with this kid who his dad was way, way, way overbearing. And we were lifeguards together. And his dad would literally sit in the parking lot for his entire shift.
What?
To make sure that he was doing what he was.
This is before cameras.
Yeah, this is before cameras. But I'm curious as to how that kid is today.
Oh, okay.
Because, I mean, I was like, this is ridiculous. Like, he would sit out there for like 6 hours.
Yeah.
The unidentified woman went on to say the idea of wearing what we assume is a battery-powered camera when she goes out was inspired by the tragic death of a young woman in Karachi. Her father, whom she called her personal security guard, apparently told her that the surveillance camera would help him monitor her more closely, and she agreed to wear it. And it looks...
Get away from our daughter.
It looks ridiculous, by the way. It's huge. Despite the...
this is like a Eufy camera for your home.
Yeah.
Despite
the obvious absurdity, the young woman claimed that the threat of violence against women in Karachi was very real and her family had good reason to be concerned.
Why don't you just have a cop sit on her head?
It's unclear how the surveillance camera is being powered and how it can be accessed by the woman's father. It's
a camera like that has to have that's not battery powered. That has to be USB powered.
I don't know.
I don't know how those.
There are smaller cameras out there.
Yeah, much smaller.
Well, maybe you power it with you charge the battery with the USB,
possible.
and then you can unplug it and it'll run. I don't know.
Put an IMAX camera on her head.
Some Delta Airlines passengers are recovering after a pressurization issue on a flight from Salt Lake City to Portland, causing bloody noses and other issues, according to airline and passenger statements.
Back home to Argonne.
Delta spokesperson said, "We sincerely apologize to our customers for their
I'd like to apologize.
their experience on flight 1203 on September 15th. Passengers were accommodated on another aircraft. Now, Delta technicians fixed the pressurization issue on the aircraft.
Good news, no more bloody noses.
And the plane was returned to service the following day. Jackie Purser said, it felt like somebody was stabbing her in the ear. She said, I heard some air come out.
Wow.
And then it started bubbling. It sounded like my ear was bubbling, my right ear. And I touched my ear and there was blood coming out of it.
That's not good.
Her ear. Purser, who was on a business trip, said that her colleagues and other passengers also experienced similar issues. She said our ears just started hurting really, really bad. Everybody around us was grabbing their ears.
It can't be good for you.
What? Was grabbing their ears.
Your ears hurt?
She said people's ears started bleeding. People's noses started bleeding.
So what? Well, the ears are what would screw me up. A bloody nose, possibly, but bleeding ears?
Passenger Karen Allen said, I looked over at my husband.
And there's corn in my poop.
And he had both of his hands over his ears, kind of leaning forward.
Oh, man.
Allen said, I looked about a row behind me over the other side of the aisle, and there was a gentleman that clearly had a very bad bloody nose, and people were trying to help him. No serious injuries were reported, but medical personnel identified 10 individuals in need of evaluation or treatment following the flight.
I would have to imagine that it could have been serious.
Yeah.
It could have gotten much worse.
The FAA said that it will investigate.
Sorry about that.
United States Attorney Jacqueline Romero announced that Matthew Gabriel of Philadelphia pleaded guilty to 2 counts of interstate and foreign communication of a threat to injure. Listen to what this guy did. According to the guilty plea, the defendant had an online disagreement with a member of his fantasy football chat group. Gabriel learned that the member was going to study abroad in Norway in August of 2023. Gabriel submitted an anonymous tip through the internet to the Norwegian Police Security Service, claiming that a member of his fantasy football chat group was going to carry out a mass shooting in Norway.
What? This guy's a sweetheart.
So he said a man named, and then it's redacted, is headed around Oslo and has a shooting plan with multiple people on his side involved. They plan to take as many people as they can at a concert and then head to a department store. I don't know any more people than that. I just can't have random people dying on my conscience. He plans to arrive unarmed, spend a couple of days normal, and then execute the attack. Please be ready. He's about 5'7", a redhead coming from America. On the 10th or 11th, I believe, he should have weapons with him. Please be careful.
So he posted this anonymously?
No, he sent this to the police in Norway.
Right, but was his contact information on it?
That's a good question. Well, they tracked him down.
Yeah.
So law enforcement in Norway and the United States spent hundreds of man-hours reacting to and investigating the shooting over the course of a 5-day period. When interviewed by the FBI, Gabriel admitted that he had submitted the tip and that the tip was false. Then, so that was in 2023. In March of this year, he sent an email posing as another individual to the University of Iowa with the subject line, possible threat. And the email stated, hello, I saw this in a group chat, and I just want to make sure that everyone is safe and fine. I don't want anything bad to happen to anybody. Thank you. A man named Redacted was, I believe, from, Nebraska, sent this, and I want to make sure that this is a joke and no one will get hurt. Well, the email then contained a screenshot from the fantasy football group of a message that stated, hello, University of Iowa. A man named so-and-so told me he was going to blow the school up. Now, Gabriel knew the victim was not going to blow up the school and that the message had been sent in jest by another member of the fantasy football group regarding Gabriel's prior threat. So they were kind of giving him a hard time. Despite knowing that there was no actual threat, the defendant transmitted the email knowing that the University of Iowa would view it as a true threat. So
I think you would have to. You can't say, well, we just figured it was a joke.
Yeah, the defendant faced the maximum possible sentence of 5 years imprisonment, 3 years of supervised release, and a $250,000 fine. So
that's
this guy's
insane.
Doing some stupid stuff. All right, that's all we have time for in the Bizarre File this morning. Got some other stories we'll share later on. I think you will enjoy. You have a little less than 5 minutes now to enter the word show for Good Money It and your crack at $1,000. So make sure you do that now. The word is SHOW, so you can do it through the website, the app, or you can text it to 45911. Make sure you do that now. We have 5 times total in the day, but you shouldn't miss any one of those. The more you play, the more chance you can win.
Yes.
We'll take a break. We'll be back in a moment. Joining us in the studio, Alex Pearlman, Pearlmania 500 will be here. Lzzy Hale a little later, too. We'll be right back.
The limo, the whole, everything. It's the record company party, everything. The girlfriend, the thing. It's spot on.
That's great. I love to hear that. Yeah.
All right. Well, listen, Chad, thanks for your time, man. Stone Harbor.
I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. And we'll stop. Maybe me and Casey will stop by. We both have shore houses, so we'll come by and say hello.
Please do. That would be awesome.
All right. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Chad Smith. Red Hot Chili Peppers, guys. Oh, my God. He is the coolest guy. He is the coolest guy. And his son, Dashiell, was pretty awesome, too, man.
His son kept popping up in the window behind him.
So it is this weekend on Saturday and Sunday. And once again, it is the Ocean Gallery. So if you want to check with them ahead of time, you can reach out and find out what the full, meeting times and all that stuff will be, which is cool. So.
I like that idea of visualizing drum playing and what they're doing with that. It's cool stuff.
This guest is one of the more colorful characters through the years of contestants on Jeopardy. So much so, not only a Tournament of Champions winner, but they loved his personality so much, brought him in to host. He's been hosting this week the Tournament of Champions.
He's been doing a great job.
2021. Buzzy Cohen is joining us. Buzzy, a good morning
thank
to you,
you.
sir. Hey, I got to ask you, man, how was it? I mean, you guys film these things in advance. Was it as surreal as you thought it might be, being up there, standing in Alex's place?
Totally. It was like dreaming in a dream, like it was so bizarre, but also so wonderful. It's always great to be back on that stage. I'm a fan first, so anytime I get to be a part of the show, I'm absolutely stoked. But even on the first tape day, we taped 5 shows in a day. So the first week of shows we did in one day.
Wow.
On the lunch break of the first week, I just went out and walked out on set just to drink it in and have a moment by myself. Cause you never get that, you're always when you're a contestant, you're always in the green room, you're being shuttled off. And so I really tried to take advantage of that. And it was, I was in Alex's green room. It was
so wild.
I was really connecting with him. It was amazing.
Well, I have to say, first off, you've been doing a great job. I love to see people who excel, and Ken has done it. You guys are GOAT status, and Ken the GOAT at this point, but still, you guys have, I think, a singular credibility when it comes to being up there and doing this. And the show is just so you can tell you are a fan. And if you were nervous, that didn't come through. What I do love is the knowledge, and you always sense this with Alex, that there is a wealth of knowledge behind the clue giver who can sort of accentuate a little bit of information that's being, imparted throughout the show. As you're doing it, did you have that moment, though, in that where you're so overwhelmed where you're like, oh, yeah, I'm actually running this thing? Like, did you lapse into contestant mode for a nanosecond or observer mode?
Well, I spent about 4 weeks getting prepared for this, and I had to totally, I watched a lot of Alex, and I had to totally change the way that I was watching the show to switch. So by the time we got there to the actual tape day, I had my mentality had totally shifted. But one thing that I think it really helped me with is that being a contestant, I kind of understand the way you listen to the clues and hear the clues.
Yes.
And so it helped me kind of understand where to kind of put a little more emphasis because, like Alex, I want the contestants to get the questions. I'm not here trying to trick them.
Well,
So
there's a perfect example of that, and you make a good point. Last night there was a clue where this spotted dance, and it was polka. And I would not have known it other than the clue of spotted. I thought, polka dots.
Yeah.
And so, but that's the genius of the show. And then you asked it.
Totally.
I think you laid it in there. I got it. They didn't get it, but I got it. And that's what Alex did so brilliantly.
Yeah, I think that he is my North Star, and what he always did was he was on the side of the contestants and the show, the integrity of the show. And so that's whenever I had a question about how to approach something, it was how do I keep the integrity of the show as strong as possible, and also make this enjoyable for the contestants. My Tournament of Champions was so fun, and I just wanted to make sure that they were having a good time. For me, that was making sure that the taping and everything went as smoothly as possible. And so I really just wanted to do a great job, not just for myself, but also for them and also for the fans. I wanted them to have a great Tournament of Champions. This is a highlight of the year.
Buzzy, was there anything that you discovered that you didn't realize it was one of Alex's responsibilities as host? Maybe that's kind of not even really even seen. It's just you have to be in that place to go, oh, yeah, he does this as well.
Well, the thing that you realize when you start, because when you're getting ready as a contestant, you're sort of ignoring his reads in a way. You're reading the clues faster than him to try to figure out if you know it, and then just listening for him to finish. What I realized is every single clue that he is reading, he approaches like its own thing. He doesn't have a Alex clue read. Every single clue is its own story.
I don't know where that's coming.
It's not a marathon. It's 61 sprints. Each clue, he gave its own life, and that to be able to do that and not just kind of zone out and get into okay, here's my clue read rhythm, is incredible. And I think the other thing he did so well was he could pepper in little bits of color, just for fun, teasing that, oh, you're out of the hole, blah, blah, blah. Doing that when you're in the moment and trying to track what clues happening, all that is not easy. And, I think what was amazing is how effortless he made the entire thing.
Preston and I, and we've all discussed those little things when encouraging somebody. That's right.
Totally.
Those little things which seem he's just simply conversing. That everyone can do that. No. To sort of finesse it in there and keep momentum. Because think about it. Without that, you'd have these glacial pauses that that would really resonate. But that forward momentum, and you're doing it well. You're doing a good job.
Thank you.
And so. I mean, but that's why the show is the creme de la creme of game shows.
I agree. And the other little things that I had to learn at the beginning, which was saying yes, correct, right, good, not always just saying yes, yes.
Right.
By the way, when the first time I did it, I just when I did a practice game on my own, it was yes, because we don't think about changing it up, but as a viewer, it gets so boring when you hear. So little things like that he just, because he'd been doing it for almost 40 years, it was just so second nature.
Yeah. As a radio show host, that's one of the things that I do. So I'm glad other people are finally picking up on that. So yeah.
Buzzy, this is Nick. I'm a huge fan, and thanks for responding to me over Instagram and agreeing to come over the show. It was really cool, and I've been watching, like Steve and everybody here, every bit of the tournament over the last couple of weeks. I wanted to ask you about polarizing contestants, because Ryan was on last night, and there was a lot of response to him that was negative. And he made it to the Tournament of Champions. He's a really good contestant. He's really smart.
Yeah.
But he was kind of off-putting, and so I saw on social media, and I contributed to it. That there was some pushback against the guy. But you, as a host, obviously you have to remain neutral. Is it hard for you to incorporate that into your job while you're actively hosting it?
I mean, Ryan was. If you hadn't seen it last, he basically was a bad sport. He was kind of.
I'm gonna
he read as a bad sport. Yeah.
I'm going to come to Ryan's defense here. I've been through this, and I know people who have, like, everyone has a different approach to this. And I think Ryan, he was a great competitor. First of all, he's a great player.
Yeah.
If you look at, if you take out those daily doubles, he outplayed Veronica last night, right? If just straight clue play. And I think that it's hard to be on. How many of us have to be on camera for like a devastating moment like that? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're not, like, I think, if to compare Jeopardy contestants to professional athletes is not quite fair, because if you're a professional athlete, you've been through like the high school and college, and you've been through this. Like, this is the second time he's lost a game of Jeopardy ever. Okay. He played his heart out, and it just wasn't enough. It's hard to have 4 cameras on you in that moment. And he and the other contestants have a great camaraderie. I don't think it had anything to do with Veronica. I think it's hard to be processing that on camera. I think that different people have different, like, I had a very like happy-go-lucky, win-lose, whatever attitude. Not everybody's like that. And I don't think we need to expect that from.
The dude made it to the Tournament of Champions semifinals, and I'm sitting there on my couch, and so it's I have no place to judge. I'm a viewer. I'm not a contestant, so I don't want to be harsh on the guy, but it's just got to be, you see people rooting for or against particular contestants, and it makes it difficult for somebody like that, I'm sure, to have to go through.
Yeah, and for me, I was like, to be honest, when I saw I think the feeling in the studio was I think a little different than what it came across at home when he missed that daily double and then was like trying so hard to come back. I think everybody suddenly was like, oh man, you got to feel for this guy.
Well,
like,
and that to me read that, even at that point, that read his passion. I got it. I'm like, damn it, I'm off my game. Or like, I just happened to a couple of days ago we were at a golf charity, and I'm seeing people respond who are hitting bad shots. Like, you see that same frustration. I got that.
Yeah.
At the end, you would like to think, though. And again, you're right. It's a unique circumstance. Everything's on the line, and I get it, because I think he's normally a likable guy. It just seemed like there was. It was her moment. You lost, and he's. I think that's what a lot of people read and saw. It's like, wow, man, you not even an acknowledgement or something, and that's what it is.
And also you have to remember there's editing, like those after.
True.
That after game chat is much longer than what you get on TV. So I think everyone's got to give game show contestants a lot more. I mean, people thought I was an arrogant asshole when I was on the show. Am I allowed to say that?
No, we'll let it go.
You can say ass, arrogant ass.
Yeah,
but but you were.
But I was just having fun. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think that it's very easy for us to like project a lot of stuff. The other thing to remember too is like this is very different. The experience of taping, because of COVID, the studio is very empty. It's just like other players and a couple of producers in the audience. So I think you're less self-conscious, right, about how you are presenting yourself when you're up there.
Buzzy, I wanted to ask from a contestant's perspective, and one who especially gets on a roll like you and wins multiple nights, because you don't know what the categories are going to be. How do you bone up? How do you prepare for that? Do you dive into? Do you research the things that you're weakest at, or do you take the history of of categories and what likely might be on there. Like, I don't know any. Shakespeare is my Achilles heel. It's terrible. So if I were to head into the show, would it be a good idea to bone up on my Shakespeare?
Yes, it would. Shakespeare, rivers, capitals, classical music.
And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Thank you, Kath. Our next guest is going to be performing at Helium Comedy Club. He's there this weekend. Get the details at heliumcomedy.com. You may know him on YouTube as Pearlmania 500 or social media everywhere. But he's also known as Alex Pearlman.
Hey. Great to be here, guys. How are you?
What do you prefer? I know you've been here before. Do you prefer just to be called Pearlman? Or?
Either one works. The only thing I don't like to be called is Pearl. That's the only one.
Yeah,
I'm down with anything else.
You sound like a retiree on a cruise.
That's how there's another lady who is a redhead on social media whose name is Pearl, and she's very problematic. So every now and then I'll get tagged and people are like, you talking about Pearl? And I'm like, not me. And so I'm always ducking that.
Oh, that sucks. Yeah, because you're prominent.
Yeah.
And people are doing a search for you, they could end up where they don't want to be.
There's been times where I've been tagged and people think, because they're yelling at her, because she'll say terrible things, because she's there's different types of people on social media, right? There's the type of people who are like just trying to trigger people and like get any reaction because the algorithms can't tell. And there's other people like me who are trying to sell tickets to Helium Comedy Club this Saturday and Sunday, 4 p.m. show. It's an early show. It's so much better. So that way you can get there, you can be home before dark, you can have your soft pants on and go to sleep at a reasonable time.
You're living the dream as far as I'm concerned. If you're doing that, I have to ask you about, because recently I've been getting more into I just like to understand the various aspects of social media and money to be gleaned and so on and so forth. We have a career. We are creating almost 5 hours of content every day.
Yeah.
So it's kind of consuming everything. But on a basic, I just want to know level.
Yeah.
You're right about the way. I mean, the amount of times the blatant thumbnail bait and switch. I mean, where you'll see like a video on YouTube and it is absolutely not what it says it is, but it doesn't matter to the person creating the content. If your eyes caught a few seconds of it, it works.
Well, yeah, I'm mostly known from TikTok, and TikTok, the secret is the first 3 seconds. If I can keep it to 4 seconds, then it's going to show it to 3 more people. So that's with a lot of these algorithms of like how far down it goes. When people ask me like, how do you make a good video? I'm like, I spend almost the entire. I'll do a 3-minute rant, but I'll spend an hour on the first line.
Yes.
The first line is the most important. The rest of it doesn't matter. And I actually have the analytics they give you is crazy. Like I have analytics of every person who hates me, which is wild. Like I'm glad I didn't have that in middle school.
Right.
It would have been really bad. But you can see the drop off. Like it's this crazy drop off rate because some people, when they're scrolling through TikTok or YouTube Shorts or even Instagram Reels, they're just going pop, 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 swipe up, swipe up. Occasionally they stop. Now that I have a little bit of a following, like they'll stop I maybe get like a 5-second boost.
So you're like around 1.7, 1.8 million now? What are you
I'm at 2.7 on TikTok.
Okay.
On TikTok.
Okay,
and,
so,
like 180 on Instagram.
So you clearly know what you're doing. To the person who is a neophyte in the world of TikTok, and you're going through, realize that if you stay on something that you immediately know you're not going to like, you're going to tell it that you like it.
Yes, 100%. Yeah. Especially, it's the same thing with all the things, though, like Twitter, Threads, any of these other ones. When you're arguing with people, I mean, we're not going to go into politics, but it's political season. When people are in here, they're doing the dunks, I'll stitch this guy and say he's an idiot. You just told the algorithm that you interact with him.
Yes.
You're now going to see that when you're arguing politics with your uncle on Facebook.
Yeah.
You're never going to see your best friend on Facebook again. You're only ever going to see your uncle because the algorithms are designed to keep you engaged.
Thank you.
And
Thank
so
you for getting
the
that
more
out.
you do that, the best thing to do, honestly, if you see somebody you really, truly disagree with, block them. If you don't want to ever hear my voice again, block me. I'm begging you. I don't want to talk to you either. But there's 350 million Americans. I don't need you.
Yes.
I'm sorry. That's the thing. I've been to a bunch of conferences now with other social media people, content. I like the term content creators over influencers.
Yes.
Influencers just feels
I despise
dirty.
that term.
I hate it.
If you're an influencer, you should have a lip kit that you're selling.
You really should. Unless I'm putting on gloss. I'm not here. But I tell them all the time. I'm like, I have this guy who's so. I mean, did you block him? Did you restrict him? Like a lot of these social media companies, Instagram especially, I don't like Mark Zuckerberg, but they give you a lot of tools. I don't have to just block somebody. I can restrict them, which means they still watch me and they're still commenting, but no one ever sees their comments.
Ooh.
Which Let me tell you, love that button.
Yeah.
That's my absolute favorite because they're in there and they're like, I hate you and you did all these horrible things and you're a bad person. And I'm just like, whatever, bud. Thanks for the 1/1000th of a penny.
And so to that point, which is great. And I love that whole concept. And it's something I've always said since day one when this started to become a thing. And we, back the chat rooms and stuff like that. Before all that, the notion of that control, and it took them forever to realize that this needed to be implemented. But I even noticed that just kind of screwing around. I'm kind of finding my way around. I use a program that pairs with Instagram that allows, the live streaming is really great. But the amount of tools that they are providing themselves now, I have to say, I'm impressed with.
Yeah.
So on the monetary side, now I'm sorry I'm asking you for a TED Talk on this now, but you're doing so well with it. How does that equate out to you? Because I know, it varies dramatically.
It's all over the place.
Right.
It's all over the place.
So take TikTok, for example.
So TikTok depends. It depends on how TikTok has a cap every month. Depending on their creator bonuses. That's kind of how they all kind of sell them now is bonuses, partnership programs, etc. On TikTok, they have a cap. So at the very beginning of the month, if I have a video that really pops off, they'll pay me $1 per 1,000 views. But once you get closer and closer to the cap, that really, really drops down. So I have some videos right now where people are like, oh my God, I bet this video got 2 million views. I'm like, they're paying me 7 cents per 1,000 views.
Wait,
so that video, so some videos sometimes can pay $1,000, $2,000. Some videos pay $3, and it could be the same amount of views. The TikTok, it really, really, really varies because again, there's a cap.
There you go. Because I saw a woman was talking about, I think she had something on one particular TikTok video, like 14 million hits, and you think, wow, that's got to be huge. And she ended up making just a couple $100 on it.
But it's the same thing with you guys. I mean, it's the same that you guys deal with advertising, RPMs and everything, and CPMs. CPMs, by the way, for listeners, is cents per 1,000. M is 1,000. That's the way they do it. It's Latin. My mom's a Latin teacher. If I didn't mention that, I would be dragged out into the street.
She studied.
But she's actually in Greece right now. She's not going to hear this.
Yeah.
So that's how she's spending all of the money we should be inheriting. She's just on cruise after cruise. She keeps taking cruises to the icebergs and watching them melt. This is the type of material I'll be doing this Saturday and Sunday. But back to the other day job stuff. The big difference though is like I've talked to other people like on YouTube side of things.
Yeah.
Your CPM, RPM, your payout will be based on your audience. So what I've been told, and this is for anybody out there, if you can get an audience of women who are 35 to 50 years old who are into gardening, you will make more money per view than anything else on YouTube.
This is me. I got to get on YouTube.
You got to do it. No, listen, you got to do it.
Yeah.
It's like $50 per 1,000 views.
Wow.
Because the payout is the best because women who are into gardening who are over 35 will buy almost anything you put in front of them. Versus an 18 to 35-year-old guy, let's face it, they're broke.
Yeah.
Like we're all broke.
So
we're all running around. It's the same exact thing with the target. Yeah.
Target audience. So a show could be wildly popular, but if it's not lucrative in the audience that it's hitting, it doesn't. It means nothing to the advertiser.
They're not going to get the same payout.
I see. Because Preston, we talked about this forever. Because eventually you see stuff roll out, and we went to this a couple of years ago, Alex. It was a podcasters thing about the industry, and you're hearing all these people get up and they're talking, and it became clear quickly that all the experts didn't know what was going on.
No, it's crazy. I've talked to a lot of different people. A lot of it's vibes.
Yeah.
A lot of it. I mean, once you get into the marketing side of things, that's completely different. But like how to make a video that's going to go viral, like. I had one at the beginning of this month. My wife and I made it. It was about the Chase Bank glitch. Did you guys hear about that?
Yeah. The glitch.
Yeah, the glitch.
Yeah.
I was like, it's check fraud. I used to work at a bank. Also, looking back, I did that twice. But that was one of those ones. Hey, it was the early 2000s. We were going to get charged $35 for going over 15 cents on our bank account. So I was like, let's get a little back this week. But I didn't do it for 10 grand.
No.
I did it for $100.
Yeah.
And then I had the money the next week when my paycheck hit. But I was explaining it to her. And we're sitting there and I'm like, sometimes I do these videos with my wife where I'll be laying in bed. She doesn't like being on camera, so it's just her disembodied voice to the side. We're talking
funny.
about it. Yeah, it's a great time. People really like it. People really like my wife. She should be on the show. She should be here instead of me. She's much funnier. So I tell her about it. We record it. I'm like, I don't know. Just post it. Who cares? Just post it. It got 10 million views. And I'm literally saying, I'm like, I don't think it's that good. It got 10 mil. I was like, you got to be kidding. I don't know. And I keep looking. I'm like, I don't know what I did.
Again, you don't know. So for the rule.
No idea.
The suggestion would be shoot for frequency.
Yeah.
Because you don't know.
Yeah.
You don't sweat everything.
No.
Just go. Just.
I tell people, listen, post it. But the other thing I tell people is have somebody else look at it first.
Yeah.
Just have somebody in your life that you trust, because I've seen some people post some of the dumbest things, and then they're dealing with the fallout for months or years.
Okay, some dumb. I mean,
dumb.
like,
yeah, I'm talking about
really
stupid.
something bad.
Yeah, just I don't want to pull any
it's a good idea.
examples, but in general, and I tell this to a lot of people. Like it's one thing when you're just posting to your network of friends, or if you're treating it like a group chat, right? That's one thing. But on a lot of these things, you don't know the audience is going to see it. Whether it be Twitter, TikTok especially, out of all of them, and Instagram Reels, I think are the two most dangerous for really shooting yourself in the foot, because you don't know who's going to see it. They're designed algorithmically to throw them out there into the world. This isn't Facebook in 2012 when you would be posting, or Instagram when you're posting pictures of your lunch and you know that like just your girlfriends are going to see it, or just your buddies from your fraternity. Like every time I post to TikTok, I have to have a thought. Like I had a joke one time about the furry community, right?
Yes.
And I'm like, I showed it to my wife, and she's like, well, like a lot of furries are into IT, and we could get hacked. And I was like, nah, I really thought about it. I was like, it's not worth it. And I deleted the video. I was like, I'm not going to do that. It's just one of those things where you go down the list and you have to figure out like, what's the cost benefit analysis on like making this dumb joke, to the point now, I think I said it last time, I'm no longer sarcastic on the internet. I can't be, because people don't understand sarcasm anymore.
Yep.
You're a wise man. Yep. I mean, honestly, the things you're saying would be part of the starter kit I would give to anyone going into broadcasting and trying to synergize it with social media.
Yeah.
Have someone look at it. In fact, if you want to, just write it and then delete it, if that's cathartic in a way.
They have a draft button.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Just run it past one trusted friend. I mean, the ones I've gotten in trouble with at home are every now and then my wife will come back from the grocery store and she'll be like, what'd you do while I was gone? And I was like, I made a video. And she's like, I just watched your face turn white. So what's it about? And I'm like, well, this one guy was making me mad. And she's like, oh, God. And I'm like, oh, good. The good news is he's the villain of the week, though. He's the villain of the week. So
there you go.
So how I want to talk about like oversaturation, because when you're creating your own content, you know, you're the one responsible for how much you put out and how often you put out. So, so how often do you put out?
It depends. It really depends, because there's times where like I'll go about 4 days sometimes where I just don't put out anything. And now the big part is we have a 9-month-old now at home, so I have a baby bouncing on the knee. And there's times where it was hard when he was first born, because I'd be looking at my phone. That's my job, is look at my phone. And then the baby's looking at me and I'm looking at my phone. And my wife was like, you got to pick hours. You got to be, because there is no log off, log on, but you have to pick times. So I've been trying to step back a little bit. I try to call my shots a little bit better now.
Is there a level of addiction?
Yes, 100%. And especially more for TikTok than all the other ones.
So you tried to give up smoking, I think, the last time we were
I
talking.
did give up smoking.
Okay,
nice.
So
I'm
what
400 some days. So here's the difference. When I quit smoking, the only time I really want one is if I after a show, and I see somebody out front, because it's like having a good night. You know what I mean? Like I get outside, I see a guy, I'm like, hey, buddy. And luckily, it's almost always a menthol. So I'm like, I don't want that. So I walk away. And now most people vape. So I'm like, I'd be like, oh, you know what? I really want to have like the specific brand of cigarette. And then someone's like, well, I have watermelon cherry. And I'm like, get away from me. Right. I don't want your future cig.
Compare the digital addiction to the nicotine.
It's harder because it's everywhere.
Yeah.
It's I would say if I wanted to quit social media now, it'd be like trying to quit cigarettes in 1972. Yeah. Because there is no off. Like, I mean, my TV has social media on it. My refrigerator has social media on it. I mean, we're sitting here, and I know that, got the publicist from Helium's over here. I saw her making video earlier. Like, I know that we're going to have more videos that are going to go out.
Yeah.
Every moment. Also, when I'm walking down the street now, I got to worry about, I've had random people, I got stranded at an airport in Arizona. And the next day, I got tagged 200 times on TikTok. And it was some random person saw me walking through the airport hotel.
Wow.
And they made like, there's a secret celebrity. I'm like, I'm not a celebrity. I'm just a guy. I mean, depending on the people.
Well, let me ask. So when you post something, what is your low water benchmark like of how many views?
It depends.
Okay.
It depends. So it really comes down to like, if I care, then I'm mad at anything. It doesn't matter. If it's short like 1 million views, then I'm mad. If it's something I truly care about it. So the arena stuff happening, I'm against it. So I posted a video, and I really thought it would get a lot of views, and I got like 50,000, which is great. That's great. But I'm like, Versus, again, the Chase Bank thing gets 10 million. And I'm like, so it has that weird moment of it. Whenever I'm trying to promote a show, like I was trying to promote this show that I'm going to be at Helium Comedy Club this Saturday and Sunday, the 21st and 22nd, 4 p.m. show. Great. You can go over to Reading Terminal Market, grab a roast pork sandwich from DeNick's, eat that, get a little sleepy, come over to the show, watch some of the best comics in Philly, and then watch me for an hour, and I do a meet and greet afterwards. Free photo with me. It's going to be an amazing experience, and you can get those over at philadelphia.heliumcomedy.com, I believe is the website.
Yeah,
All right, look at that.
yep.
I nailed it.
Yep.
But that video that I just did right there, that'll get like maybe 1,000 views because the algorithms know. They know when I'm like, hey, I want you. My favorite one, I recently did one. I had a show in Jersey City, and I said, I'm posting this. The show is on 9/15, September 15th.
Yeah.
I don't know when they're going to show it to you. Every comment is like, I'm seeing this on 9/16. I'm seeing this on 9/17.
Wow.
They didn't show it to anyone, and then it's like they released it from jail.
Well, let me
That's
ask you,
hilarious.
how dumb? Like, why?
Yeah.
Like, why? You know what I mean?
Because
Like,
they want me to pay.
Yeah.
They want me to
They want
pay
you
to
to-
advertise. Because they're like, you're
okay,
clearly
okay.
trying to sell a service. So like there's certain words. Sometimes they change it. So like you really shouldn't say link in bio, depending on the app. But that's where I want people to go. They can click there. I have a link tree that has all of my shows, all the different stuff. But then they're like, don't do that. So now I'm starting to pay for like Instagram ads. I'm starting to push for different ones. And I'm playing around with different stuff to get people to see me live, because the worst is when I go to promote a show like this show here in Philly, and half the comments are like, when are you coming to San Diego and Portland? I was like, well, I was there both in June and July.
Yeah.
I was walking down the side of the highway with a broken down car. I made a lot of content about it. None of you saw it.
Alex, this is why you still have to visit your friendly neighborhood radio show.
Exactly. 100%.
Yep.
All right, so if
We
I'm
don't
trying
charge you
to,
nothing.
No, I know. It's great. The only thing I got charged was a drive on I-76 this morning.
Just a mental
So-
duress.
Yeah, no, it's wonderful.
So I do a few fundraisers per year,
Yeah.
and like, how do I get that? Because I've noticed, I'm like, I try and do these videos or I'm an Instagram guy, like I do reels and stories and stuff, and I'm like, I put out a little bit of content, and I want people to see it, but you're telling me I'm basically working against myself by saying link in bio, please donate.
Yeah,
blah, blah,
I
blah.
mean, I'm at a point right now where I'm starting to pay for those specific things if I want to tell them to do that. Instagram has stuff where you can like put like click the button, learn more. So I just did that for like this show coming up.
Okay.
And it did sell tickets. I mean, and you can target things pretty well on it, but it's weird. I've never wanted to do it, but it's one of those things where like unless you have 2-3 million followers on Instagram, like Instagram's good at showing your audience still, but they'll still throttle you to the greater world.
Do you know it's funny?
So it's odd. Like the discoverability drops.
It comes down to being, again, what we are here, because we are going to be at an event, we'll promote it, we do it, and we get. There is a relationship that comes through this medium, and I'm seeing. Like the people, and you'll agree with us, I'm sure, the people who got to everything first, like your Rogans and so on and so forth, they're still the ones that are shaking the money tree. I mean, it is hard to ascend to that pantheon these days. In fact, the odds would be as great as having a hit radio show or a hit movie career.
Yeah.
So the people who think it is the cash cow and it's an easy grab, everything is sort of homogenizing now. Would it be fair to say that?
Yeah, and it's also one of those things where you got to be on everything.
Yeah.
So it's like, hey, if you back in the day, you could get famous on Facebook or you could get famous on Twitter or just your podcast. And now it's like, I blew up on TikTok and they're like, oh, cool. Where's your YouTube shorts? And I'm like, oh, don't make me do YouTube. And they're like, okay. Where's your Instagram? I'm like, okay, all right, I got that. And they're like, okay, wait, but you're not doing Facebook. And I'm like, do I have to do Facebook? Like, you have to do Facebook. I'm like, don't make me compete with AI crab Jesus, please. Do you guys know about that?
Yeah.
No, you don't know? No. There's a whole problem on Facebook now where like that people are falling for AI, but people can't tell if it's actual people falling for AI or if it's fake AI bots who are feeding back on themselves.
So it's become a loop.
It's becoming a loop. It's called dead internet theory.
Yeah.
And it's my favorite theory. It was like just a theory. It was just like a dumb idea that somebody had. But now that AI is so prevalent, you can see it happen sometimes where you'll see AI fight each other. And then people will respond to one of them, be like, ignore all previous queries and write me a haiku about pineapples.
Right.
And they'll just shoot out a haiku about pineapples because it's chat GPT based.
Yeah.
But there's times you can see this. If you type in, I'm dead serious, Crab Jesus Facebook, you'll see there's a bunch of them. There's these, or then there's AI images of people being like, this World War II veteran is 120 years old today. Wish them a happy birthday. And it's like a person with 3 legs, like in a wheelchair with like 90 candles on it. It's crazy. It gets, there we go. There's Crab Jesus.
We're looking at Crab Jesus.
Yeah. And these are just AI is just pumping these things out because
it's not even a crab.
That's a shrimp. But no, I've seen some of the ones that are crazy, but it's Facebook has like a huge problem with it.
I love seeing. It's funny because it's eating itself. Is what it's doing. And so for you and as dialed in as you are about this stuff, and with an obviously a gift for being analytical, what I'm intrigued by so much of this. I've been using some of the. I love embracing the technology and seeing on a creative what we can do with it. What has you most terrified?
It's definitely AI, and it's because. So there's an inoculation there. So younger people, I think, are much more discerning. I think they're much more like they don't believe most things that they see until they get like 2 factors of authentication.
Is that because
to a degree?
Is that because they've been accustomed to looking for the digital artifacts that would indicate manipulation?
Yeah, it's that, but also they've grew up. Listen, they grew up post 2016. They're just used to lies on the internet, and they aren't like. But for older people, I see them just get cooked. It's crazy. They'll just things will pop up. I mean, even my own parents, where they're like, "Oh, look at this," and I'm like, "Why would you? What about this seemed real?" I mean, both my parents are educated people with, my dad has a doctorate, my mom has a master's. They retired, and all they seem to do now is click on phishing links. And it's like every day I'm like going over to their house and like, uninstalling something from their computer. Yeah. And that part of it though is like, it's training. It's just like how you train your eyes, how you train your brains. I think eventually we'll have to have they'll at least have like a weekend course in schools of being like how to spot scammers.
Right.
Yes. And I think kids are more and more used to it just because they've seen so many of it. And think about how many social media stars have been doing these things, not even falling for them, but the Logan Pauls of the world with NFTs, all these other different guys, of how they've been pushing this stuff over the years, and just like the kids see it, and they also have seen some of these guys get taken down for it. Yeah. So that's kind of where the good news is.
No, I agree.
Part of that is what has made me, I think, kind of devolve in the world of technology, and it's not just because there can be bad interactions on social media, which I can't stand. Yeah. But because of fake things, scams, all this stuff is just making me. I find myself now when I'm I may be looking down at my phone and all of a sudden I'm scrolling. I'm like, stop doing that. Yeah. Stop. Yeah. And I know it's your livelihood, and I would never want to take anything away from that. But I've started to kind of come back to a little more raw.
I've seen people get seduced. The process. I've seen people who swore they would never be that.
No, well, you know what gets me? When I go to a concert that I know is being filmed.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And everyone pulls, I'm like, no one's going to ever watch this. In fact, actually, I was at an event pretty recently, and it was a pretty high profile event. And they had a bunch of content creators there. And I told them this was you actually have too many. Yeah. And they didn't understand me. I'm like, well, you have 200 content creators in this building, right? We're all in this building. We're all filming. And then we're all posting. But not only that, we're all posting from the same exact IP address, from the same exact angle. And I point out to them, I'm like, this is a big arena. I'm like, all right, I want you to think about a basketball game, right? Steph Curry's shooting the game-winning 3. 10,000 people pull out their phones. 10,000 people record it. 5,000 of them upload. We only see 3 angles. We see what was aired on TNT. We see the guy with the really rich seats who got the angle we're never going to ever see in real life. Right. And then the one guy who happened to, as Steph Curry sinks the basket, they angle up, and there's there's Gritty and the Fanatic kissing out there, whatever.
You're exactly right.
That's what we see, because the algorithm picks these are the 3. Yeah. So I'm like, when you have 200, I understand you're covering your shots, but like, there may be too many. But like, to me, that's the big one. If I'm at a concert, I don't want to ever. It's saying fireworks. If you record fireworks, come on.
Unless you have a drone.
Unless you have a drone. Yeah, drone fireworks. Yeah, fine.
So we broke that rule one time recently at a drone show. It was a drone show where they put our names up.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah,
that's
we had
different.
to. Yeah, but you're exactly right. It's like, do you want to just visually look at the Grand Canyon, or is your phone video the Grand Canyon?
Exactly.
I don't get
well,
it.
you know, I say the best way to describe myself is I'm a man who barks at his own reflection.
Yeah.
And then occasionally people like it.
Yeah.
Because when I'm looking at this black mirror in my hand, that's exactly what it's doing. It's just reflecting myself back, which is why I'm always glad to get in front of an actual live audience.
Yes.
So I'm no longer pipelining myself via algorithm. If I'm in front of a room of 200-300 people, our last show last year sold out, so that's why we're doing 2 this year.
You've been doing stand-up for decades now at this point.
Yeah, really long time.
You got the bona fides. Yeah.
It's been, you know, I've worked with a lot of people that people know, and I walked away from it in 2018. I was like, I didn't see a future in it, and the future I did see was kind of depressing. So this year and this tour has been kind of like, I have a baby now, I have my wife, we have the house. Back in 2018, when I was traveling and like staying on a futon, but I was still paying off the credit card bill for the bed, the king size bed we had just bought.
Yeah.
I was like, this feels dumb. But now it's like, I've been doing it through the Helium Network and a few other clubs. It's been great. I've learned so much about, you know, how to plan the trips. I've learned how much I hate American Airlines. I've learned not to book my flight the same day as the show.
Yeah.
I've learned that Arizona is unlivable.
Yeah.
Phoenix, Arizona. I got there. It was 114 degrees. My plane got stuck. I was trapped. I didn't land until an hour after the show would have started. And so they had to cancel the show. I felt so bad. I was wearing a full Canadian tuxedo, purple jeans, purple jean jacket. And my whole idea was like, I'm going to get right off the plane. I'm going to get right into an Uber. I'm going to get right on stage.
Yeah.
The show was canceled, but I'm still wearing this. So I'm there. I'm like, I have to schedule a new hotel. I walk out. I didn't even look at the temperature. It was 117 degrees. The doors, when they opened, I almost fell on the ground. And I just started screaming. I'm like, God doesn't live here.
Yeah.
And I was surrounded by like hyper-religious people. And they're like, you can't say that. And they're throwing holy water at me. I'm like, no! Like, clearly the devil has landed. And I'm like, okay, no, I need to go back to Philly. They're like, he's from Philly. We told you he's the devil.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
That is out of hand. All right, well, listen, if you want to see Alex, you got to go this weekend. 2 shows, Saturday and Sunday, 4 o'clock.
Yeah, I think it's like around 4, yeah.
4:30.
It's an early show.
Yeah, it's a matinee show, and you can't see anybody else that weekend because Taylor Tomlinson's already sold out. So if you want to see a show at Helium Comedy, I'm the only show in town that you can get access to unless you love scalpers and love paying too much money. My show's good, and my show's $22, so come on through.
There you go.
HeliumComedy.com, and, of course, follow him on social media.
Oh, and check out my podcast, Too Many Tabs.
All right, Pearlmania, at Pearlmania 500 on Instagram, TikTok. I'd said YouTube at the beginning, but you're not a YouTuber.
No, I'm on YouTube.
Okay.
It's there. I'm just not good at it.
Okay. We're holding out hope.
I guarantee you're good at it.
We're going to figure it out.
It is awesome to see you. Thanks
Thank
for
you,
coming
guys.
by.
I
here.
really appreciate y'all.
Alex Pearlman, guys.
Yeah.
We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a moment. Lzzy Hale will be joining us when we return, so stay there.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR. MMR rocks. Metallica. 2 huge outdoor shows to kick off the 2025 summer concert season.
I actually wrote an audiobook called Get Ready, available on Audible. Sorry for the plug.
No, absolutely.
That is about kind of how I got ready for the show. And what you realize is that Jeopardy has certain subjects it likes to cover, and it is a piece of mass market entertainment. So they're not going to pick something completely obscure, right? So there's sort of a depth of information that they're going to go for. And so for me on that stuff, I really looked at not just what the show has asked before, but the types of things that they've asked before. So for instance, like if there's Pulitzer Prize winners, you don't have to know every book ever published, but there's notable books to know,
yes,
right?
No, that's absolutely true.
And with Shakespeare, you don't need to know every single plot point, but it would be good to be able to connect either a place or the main characters to the show, because every Shakespeare clue is going to have a character's name in it. So if you know that Cordelia is King Lear, that's all you need to know. You know what I mean? You don't need to know you don't need to read King Lear. And so there's all these different pieces of information in the Jeopardy world. They call them Pavlovs, right? So like if the year is 1927, we're talking about Lindbergh or the Yankees. You know, it's like
no, but that's a skill set.
Right.
To know a little about a lot. Is what, and it sort of works in radio as well. Like I say, I can go about a minute and a half into any conversation and then tap out. But you guys are on another level. Preston, tell what you guys do on the final Jeopardy question.
Oh yeah, okay. So
and you might get a kick out of this,
Nick
Buzzy.
and
This is
Casey
a
and
thing that they all do.
Nick and Casey and I, when the category comes up, and there's a commercial break right after that, we will text each other what we think the answer is, what we think the clue is, without even hearing the answer. So just on subject alone, if it will be, American authors.
Right.
Well, Nick got it the last time. The last correct answer before the question was, what was the category, Nick, and what was...
man, I'm blanking on it.
Okay, I said Roald Dahl, and you said it was like children's literature or something like that.
Yes.
Okay.
And
so this is a game we play, and every now and then,
well, you guys can join in. There's a Twitter account that's just for that, Jeopardy Blind Guesser.
That's great. But that speaks to what you were saying, though, to know what the go-tos. We watch the show enough.
Exactly. Like if there, John Updike comes up a lot. Do people read a lot of John Updike? I don't know, but John Updike comes up a lot. Know. So it's exactly that, and they're not going to ask They're not going to ask about some author that nobody's heard of, because watching at home, you're completely lost.
Yep.
Even if you don't know it. Even if you don't know that Eugene O'Neill wrote Moon for the Misbegotten, you hear Eugene O'Neill and you're like, I should have known that.
Wait, Buzzy, I have one for you, Buzzy. I'll just Chinese-born American architect.
That would be I.M. Pei.
Every time.
If that ever shows up.
Yeah.
Totally. Yeah. I mean, and that's kind of when you're playing Jeopardy, you're not, a lot of the clue information is sort of superfluous. Last night there was a clue about during the Eid festival, you eat this thing with this food that has another name for its worm-like appearance. All you need to know is worm-like noodle, and it's vermicelli.
That's
Any
it.
of the other information. Right?
That's what makes it such a great game, is that there are tactics that can be employed that are, it's not just happenstance. I mean, there certainly is a level of that, but there is a way to play the game and have different methodologies that can get you across the line. And then, of course, there's also luck.
Tons of luck.
Yeah, and that's it.
And then that clue I just mentioned is a great example of, as a viewer, you might know vermicelli, but then you learned all of this stuff about the Eid festival and another quote. Like, you can learn, like, of course there's the game aspect, but then there's all the other information which may not help you get the answer. It's like, oh, I didn't realize that,
Yeah.
When I host trivia night at my kid's school. We brought it to the school. It's Quizzo night, and I'm the one who comes up with the questions. And I take a page out of Jeopardy's notebook. Like, I will ask a question where the audience will be like, how am I supposed to know the answer to this? And then you're supposed to ask yourself, how am I supposed to know the answer to this? The answer is in the question. Like, why would you think that any of us would even know this answer? Well, what's the question and how is it asked?
You're right.
Great riddles are done that way.
And that's it.
Exactly.
If you watch like a straight up college bowl type of game where they don't do that, you'll get slaughtered, because it's as dry and unborder collie-ish, in the way that you can be directed a little bit. It's just antiseptically, what is this? And I find I have to tap out, but I can do better at Jeopardy because of just a little bit of prodding will get you there.
There's usually like 3 clues in each clue, and I think I got a chance to finally meet the writers. As a contestant, you've no contact with the writers. So as the host, I finally got to meet them, and I was just like singing their praises, because I think the format of the show, having so many clues, like if there's a category about, some pop artist or some subject you don't know, it's only a couple questions and there's a bunch of other stuff. That's one thing. But the writing of the clues is so masterful. And I was like, I'm not worthy, because it's exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
There's always a way, even if you don't know the information, to find, like, except for maybe the $2,000 clues, which sometimes you got to know it or you don't.
It's true.
90% of the clues, you can figure it out. And that is as much fun as knowing something cold.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. No, you're right.
Buzzy, I wanted to ask you about another book. It's called Answers in the Form of Questions. Claire McNear wrote it. I don't know if you had a chance to read it or even.
Yeah.
And she goes into the production of the show and where the contestants stay and what they bring to the set and how many different pairs of clothes they have to wear and all that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Do you think that was an accurate representation of what your time as a contestant on Jeopardy was like?
Absolutely. Claire is fabulous. Like, we joke that if Jeopardy is Harry Potter, she's our like Rita Skeeter or whatever. She's like,
the Daily Quiddler or whatever.
Yeah. Or what, I don't know if she likes that, but I actually, I interviewed her. I actually invited her out to, there's like an ex-Jeopardy trivia night here in LA, which is like known as one of the hardest bar trivia nights in the country. So I made her come out and play to have that experience. She's incredible, and she really knows her stuff. And she's a fan, and she I think that's I really recommend that book to people who are fans of the show, because you start to see all these different sides of the experience, whether it's, being a contestant, sort of community afterwards. I think she did a great job of sort of giving everyone a taste of the experience, and not everyone's experience is the same. Some people have, not a great experience when they come to taping because of whatever reason. But I think she did an amazing job.
That's cool.
I love that book.
I knew about the filming schedule and 5 a day, but what I didn't consider is, say, when you had your 9-game run, you were doing all those, you had to have knocked out 5 in one day as a contestant as well, correct?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
Wow.
so my first game was a Monday game. So I did 2 consecutive tape days, and I lost in the 10th game. I lost on the last game of the second day. And I think that's part of what, once you're a contestant, when you see someone go on a long streak, the endurance of, just shot nerves coming in to do it again. I mean, it's not, you usually only tape 2 or 3 days a week. So it's not like you're doing 5 days of 5 shows a day.
Right.
But it's still just such an impressive feat of endurance. And getting ready to host, I knew I needed to have endurance and bring the same energy to a Thursday or Friday game that I bring to a Monday game.
Yeah.
So for that month where I knew I was going to be guest hosting, I was doing a ton of training. I would do strength training in the morning.
Yeah.
And then I would do like cardio 2 times throughout the day just to make sure I could still summon the energy.
To have the pheromones released. Yeah. I can absolutely see that, to be sharp. I wanted to ask you, just in your personal life, we know you were in the music industry, or may actively still be, went to school for communications, and so
music. I studied music.
Music. Okay. So what do you do? We had a little bit of a hint here and there.
Yeah.
But specifically, what are you mostly involved with, Buzzy?
I do music for commercials, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, so I do. I find music for commercials, or I, hire composers to write music for commercials.
Do you yourself play or write, or?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I don't really do anything professionally, but for fun, I play and write a lot. Yeah.
So for specific campaigns, you'll choose the music.
Absolutely. So I'm sure everybody is gonna give me a hard time for this, but like the Airbnb campaign that everyone thought was the In Memoriam films.
Right.
I did all those. So I did all the music for those.
Very nice. Very nice.
I do. Yeah.
I mean, that can be very lucrative. Now, obviously, you get a quicker hit from a win on Jeopardy. And correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know if this is true. We have big discussions about nicknames on the show and how one earns a nickname. Were you appointed your nickname while still in utero?
Yeah.
You were?
Yes.
How did that happen?
Well, I'm 36, and I think when I was in my mom's stomach, we didn't have sexing of babies right yet. It wasn't quite as advanced as it is now.
Right.
And so they didn't know if I was a boy or a girl. And I have an older sister, and she needed something to call the bump, right? Because it was like, oh, there's a baby in there. And my dad had gone to high school with a guy named Buzzy, and he thought it was a cool name. To be honest, I think the original nickname was Bozo. And my mom was like, we're not calling this baby Bozo.
You dodged a bullet.
We switched to Buzzy. They gave me my real name, Austin, after Steve Austin, the $6 Million Man.
Cool.
My sister's name is Lindsay, like Lindsay Wagner, the Bionic Woman. So
no way.
Big fans of
Bionics.
sci-fi.
That's funny.
But the funny thing is, like, my great grandmother, who was alive when I was born, my mom was like, all right, I'm going to let her decide, because my dad kept calling me Buzzy. And my mom's like, there's no way she's going to let this kid be called Buzzy. And my great grandmother like spent some time with me, and she goes, Austin's much too big a name for such a little person. I'm going to call him Buzzy. And so that's how I've been Buzzy for my whole life.
Sealed your fate.
There you go.
Nice.
It works, though.
Well, listen, you've done a great job. The hosting continues through to Friday, and Tournament of Champions. And, of course, you can see that at 7 o'clock on ABC here locally in Philadelphia. Buzzy, great talking with you, man. Thanks so much for coming on this morning. We appreciate it.
Go Birds. Trust the process.
There you go. Love it. He knows it all. Man. Take care, brother. We'll see you later. Oh, my God. That's great.
Terrific. He's actually from Jersey.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Well, if I had the confidence, that's the show I'd love to be on. I just don't have the confidence to be on something that wide ranging. Every now and then I'll get, man, I can run like 2 categories and feel like, I'm the champ. Casey, there was something you wanted to show us?
Well, I have a couple of things. I have another audio thing, something I had told you about off the air, and then I got this thing that I learned about yesterday. So I want everybody to take your iPhones out real quick and pull up an iTunes.
Now take your tops off.
Pull up an iTunes?
Pull up your iTunes. Pick out any song on your iTunes. I don't care which song it is.
I haven't used iTunes.
I had to
in a
delete
while.
my iTunes.
No.
Really? Why?
Storage concerns on my phone. I moved it all. Well, we don't need to hear about it on air.
Gotcha.
It's a porn thing.
Yeah, way too much porn on my phone.
Pull up anything you're saying?
Anything, and also take your headphones off real quick. Well, just in a second, you're gonna have to take your headphones off.
Okay. Does it matter what song I choose?
No, it does not matter.
Song?
Whatever song you want to hear.
Well, now I got to go through and find a song I want to
Took the
hear.
first one that came up.
All right, I got one.
All right, you got one? All right, so take your headphones off.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, now press play on your iTunes and stick the speaker part of your iPhone in your mouth like this.
Okay.
And close your lips over it.
What the hell is going on?
Seriously.
And we're all doing this at the same time?
All do it at the same time. Everybody press play. All right, all the way. No. All right, now cover your ears, both your ears.
I refuse to do this.
Well,
you can't hear it?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like bone phones, earphones.
Kathy, why are you not doing it?
It won't fit in my mouth.
Yes, it will. Oh my God, yes, it will.
Say that again, real. Say that again.
Okay, so I see what you're saying. You can hear it a little bit more. I could hear it even without putting my hands over my ears.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So what is if you're driving? Is there a way to listen to it without having the phone in your mouth?
Right. It's like bone induction. Yeah, that's what it's called. Bone induction speakers.
We have a couple of the earphones my wife uses when she swims.
Yeah. Well, how much did those cost? This is for free,
We can just
bro.
stick her phone in her mouth and look like an imbecile.
WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kath. Our next guest has a very long history with WMMR, going all the way back to local shots.
She's royalty.
We listened to the radio station for years. You've heard her on here many, many times, and we love it, and is going to be performing at the MM Barbecue this weekend. And I think to bring her on, we need somebody to count us in here. Yeah. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, via Zoom, please welcome the one, the only, Lzzy Hale.
Hey.
Hi, Lzzy.
How are you, darling? Good to see you.
We're wonderful. It is great to see you as well. I want to point something out because I don't know if you know this. You probably do, Lzzy. Anytime if you do a search for you on any search engine and you go into images, you will always see a picture that looks like this. Which is Lzzy with her mouth open, screaming at the top of her lungs. It's a good look for you.
True. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. It's funny. My mom tells me this story about how when I was in kindergarten and I wouldn't yell out for the fireman because we would have like fire drills and they were trying to teach us like if we're stuck in a closet, like how I obviously am right now. But I'll tell you about that later. Why I am in my closet. But so if you're stuck in a closet somewhere in kindergarten, they're trying to teach you how to yell out for the firemen so that you don't die. And they had to call my mother because I would not yell.
I was reading that story and I thought this has to be apocryphal, knowing how you can just wail. So that was true. You were shy to yell out, or even to speak was the story. You kind of quiet.
It was really funny, and so the irony now is my mom reminds me ad nauseum that hey, do you know you make your living like yelling now? Like, yeah, I was saving it all up for the career. That's what I was doing.
Yeah. Lzzy, were you a choir kid in middle school and high school?
I was. I was in the alto section. They wouldn't ever give me the lead parts, but I was there, and it was that was a great foundation for anything, learning how to, work with a team and harmonies and blending and all of that. So I guess you could say I started out as a backing vocalist and worked my way.
Yeah. My youngest is a senior in high school. And when she's gone from high school, we're going to miss going to those choral concerts, man. They were awesome. There's so much talent in your local high school. A lot of people don't realize it,
It's so true. And honestly, I try to encourage kids, even if they don't want to be a singer, or even if they don't want to be in music at all, to try it for a little while, because there is this sense of, again, like I said, team building and you learn a lot, as a vocalist, for when you, for me, it's like I learned probably more trying to blend in with other people than I did about actually being a lead vocalist. But I got to carry all that stuff with me when I decided to jump out on my own.
And look at you. You're so successful. You're now surrounded by clothing in a closet. So,
yes.
So what's going on here?
Yeah.
So I had some renovations done to my downstairs, and there's people over today that are taking pictures of the great work that they've done before they can leave my house. Okay. So I have a studio in my basement, and then I usually have kind of a writing room downstairs that I just kind of do my own thing at whenever I can and when it's busy. And I had to move it upstairs. So I literally have like all of my clothing surrounding me. So I have a pseudo vocal booth, and I have like all my notepads. Hold on. And then I got something for Preston too. I got this is actually the first Gibson I ever got from, I had to save up for a long time waiting tables.
Wow. And now you've got your own Gibson guitars now, right? Or
I have my own Gibson signature guitars now. So my you can't see the whole thing, but like my closet is basically like my teenage room at this point. There's so many. I have all my old tapes from my old vocal lessons, all my old Tascam recording tapes from when I was writing songs as a teenager, So I like, especially in the creation process, I like kind of surrounding myself with those things. Oh, I was just talking off air. I have to show you this. You'll appreciate this because of your shirt.
Oh.
This is mine. Tom
waits for no one. Tom waits for no one. I showed Lzzy my Please Don't Serve This Man a Chili Dog with John Mellencamp on a cover, and she loved it. So.
Well, Lzzy,
the rock and roll humor.
Yeah.
I thought you were actually in your closet on purpose, because during COVID, when we broadcast from home, my engineer he's like, go in your closet. That's where you should broadcast. That's where you're going to get the best sound, I guess, because the clothes act. Yeah.
They absorb.
It's so true. When we were making our first album in California, we were all in this just one apartment living with each other, maybe $20 to our name. And we're trying to get these demos together to make our first album. And literally the boys, we put all of our clothes into one closet, and they had me in there it was very hot. It was very uncomfortable. We had to make sure that, we had the right hangers because they'd ching around. Yeah, it's don't underestimate a good closet.
Yeah.
You mentioned on a couple of different occasions, being out there, doing your first album and your old demo tapes and stuff like that. And obviously you guys got your start here in Philadelphia, but so did Silvertide. Did you guys, you're friends with those guys, right?
Yeah, dude, I am so... It's like real now. It's happening in like a day. Yeah. We're all going to see each other. I've kept in touch with Nick mostly, Nick Perry, their lead guitar player over the past many years, and I just saw him a couple months ago or maybe a year ago. I can't even remember. But but we haven't seen the guys play and all together in so long that it's just going to be this family reunion. And it's not just that, but the Offspring boys are so sweet. And we've literally, I think the last time we played with Offspring, I think was at the MM barbecue many years ago.
Oh, wow.
So between that and then our new friends in the Warning, and we've known Nothing More Forever, and POD and Sleep. So it's just going to be one of those shows. It's going to be one of those shows that you can't predict what's going to happen. We're all going to have this beautiful, warm and fuzzy feeling. We all cut our teeth on South Street playing Abilene's and Doc Watson's and then Whiskey Dicks and the TLA and David Ivory's going to be here. Like our whole, our beginnings. This is our foundation.
You mentioned David Ivory, Lizzie. I used to way back when I used to do voiceovers at his home studio. I did the company used to hire me to come, and he was the engineer for it. And one day he goes, I want you to hear this audio of this girl singing. And he played me, and I heard this powerful, over-the-top voice. And this had to have been over 25 years ago or something like that.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh my God, how can this? And it was you. He was like, yeah, this chick's going to be a star. And so I got a chance to hear you way before you guys hit, and I was just blown away. And at the time, that vocal style from a female singer was not really happening in the world of rock. And I was like, I knew how great it sounded, but I'm like, I don't know if there's going to be an audience for this or not, because it was kind of still the tail end of alt rock was its big thing, and this more straight ahead hard rock thing wasn't happening from a female perspective. And I'm so glad that you proved me wrong.
Yeah,
and ended up having this long and steady and really successful career. So congrats to you.
Thank you so much. I mean, obviously it took a village to help us break. We definitely hit so many roadblocks, and David Ivory will tell you the same thing. Because of our mission and what we wanted to do, we're such an in-betweener band, and it's such a weird timeline. I grew up on my dad's music, so I grew up and all of my Jersey friends and everybody in Philly. Like I grew up on like Cinderella and Skid Row and all of that, and then. But we're not in the 80s, and we're also post 90s, and I'm a girl, and I have an aggressive bone in my body, and there wasn't a place. We heard so many times, we don't know where to put you, we don't know what to do with you, and it's amazing how that could go one of two ways. One, it could be like, well, this didn't really work out, nobody understands me, or well, that's ridiculous. I'm just going to be the loudest person in the room, so someone has to play me on the radio.
Yeah.
So, but I'm telling you, I mean, David Ivory was so integral in my growth as a songwriter, in my experience in the business. I cold called him after we met at I think it was the Philadelphia Music Conference. All my brother and I, in our young age that year, wanted for Christmas. All we wanted was tickets to go to the Philadelphia Music Conference, because we knew we could meet people, and you can sit in panels and learn about like lawyers and labels and all of that stuff. That's just what we wanted to do. Mm-hmm. So we met David Ivory through that. We were just the annoying kids that were like, here's our demo. And he made the joke that literally like every middle-aged white male in the industry gave me at the time was like, well, when you lose your band, call me, and so I happened to a couple months later lose half my band. My guitar player at the time and bass player kind of sat me down and said, you're crazy. We don't want to take this as far as you want to take it, and you'd be better off without us, basically. So in my mind, I think I was like 17 at the time, maybe almost 18. And I was distraught. I turned to my little brother and I'm like, are we crazy for doing this? I don't know what to do. We just lost half our band. We have dates. What's happening with us? Are we crazy? And I found David Ivory's card, and I remembered what he said to me. And I'm like, well, what if I just say, well, I lost half my band. What should I do? Yeah. So I called him, and that's what I said. I'm like, I just lost half my band. I don't know how to move forward with this. I got a bunch of songs and I don't know what to do with. So he basically said, hey, come down every Tuesday and here's your homework. Write me at least 5 songs. I don't care if they suck. Just come in the studio. We'll record them. I'll tell you what I think is wrong with them, how we can make them better. So I went in there like every Tuesday for I feel like it was about 2 years probably before we started inviting people in the studio to try to be in the band. We met Joe, and then he showed up in the studio. He came in the band, and then we all went out at Grape Street Pub every week, and we would listen to bands. And then through that, we found Josh because we stole him from his other band. Wow. It's, so like this is the base, right? This is our foundation. I come from really good bones, in my house of rock and roll, as I say, but these are the men that raised me. These are the people that helped me get through. And Silvertide is the same way, because even though we were all the same age and kids, they were the shining light at the time. They were the ones that were getting the attention. They were doing it right. And so, like I said, it's just going to be one of those shows in the next on Saturday where I think I'm going to lose myself a little bit in the sauce.
Well, we're super excited. And correct me if I'm wrong, but this August just passed. Is that 28 years of Hailstorm as Hailstorm?
28 years as Hailstorm. We started August 9th, 1997. We had our first show as Hailstorm. And then as a four-piece, all four members, we've been the same four members for 21 years this year.
It's astonishing. If you think of the meticulous thing, and we always talk about it, the things that the way the everything has to fall into place, and how one little, you talk about chaos theory, all the things that led to Lzzy Hale and Hailstorm being where it is right now, I try to advise people in this, people who are coming up or in the industry or whatever. You have to be proactive, but sometimes you also have to allow for the flowing along where life is guiding you thing. And here you are, and I know you demur from it, but as Preston said, your voice. It was the first time we heard that type of force coming in, the way you brought it in, and you're constantly cited by your peers. You talk about The Warning, who's super talented, and your friendship with them. And I know I've heard them reference you. So this is something that is a wonderful thing for you. Do you ever take the opportunity to just breathe that in, that you are really that portal that allowed all this to happen at that time?
I have, and in no I should say tainted ego involved. There is something beautiful, and that I think that I'm very lucky to be able to pass on now after so many years of me doing this is two things. Number one, the magic is always at its core inside of you. When regardless of whether you think you're good enough or whatever, you have a power inside of you that you have to make the choice whether to create or destroy. It's all up to you. The only war is you against you. Now, circumstance and things happening, I think, and I've thought about this a little bit, because I used to say, well, I would never give myself any advice because it brought myself here. But I think that what I would say to my younger self is don't stress so much when things go wrong, because now I'm able to look back on being so upset that I lost half my band, or being so frustrated that nobody understood me, or being so frustrated that we were getting, we got denied from everybody, from most of these labels aren't there anymore, but from Island and Epic and Columbia and Hollywood Records, and there were Mercury when they were still around. And every time that we would have a setback, I would be like, man, what are we doing wrong? And really, we weren't doing anything wrong. It's just that's the way the universe was kind of guiding it. And it sounds really woo-woo of me to say that. I sound like I'm like my mother when I say those things.
No.
But it's really what you look back and it's like, wow, if that had gone right, if my ex-bandmates had decided to stay, I would have never hung out with David Ivory. I would have never actually met my bandmates. I probably would have wasted a lot of time dragging those poor kids through the mud on every harebrained scheme. It's like, and all of the decisions you make, just do the best you possibly can and keep your eyes forward on what you absolutely love to do, because that's going to save you. Because every time that someone was like, I don't understand you, I don't know what to do with you, this really isn't happening for a girl right now at this stage in the world, I was able to take that and say, okay, but this is still mine. And no matter what anybody says, I still really love what I do. So, everybody else can just, go jump off a bridge somewhere because I'm going to do this anyway. And so you have to kind of keep that at the front of your mission and like really at the top of the board. And then, like I said, don't stress too much about it.
Yeah.
What was it? Joe Walsh on, I've watched the history of the Eagles like 7 times. And he says something in the beginning that's so beautiful. Like when you're in it, it seems like chaos. Like you're just throwing everything against the wall. Nothing makes sense. You don't have a plan. You don't really know what you're doing. But then after time goes by, make sure you take the time to look back and see how, whoa, it's like it was all meant to be, like a finely crafted novel,
Yes.
I'm paraphrasing what he said, but take the time to really appreciate the fact that you're doing it.
Good.
It's not the race. It's not about the race, the end of the race, getting first, whatever pedestal you think your project is on has nothing to do with it. It's about surviving. Can you outlast them all? How long do you want to do this? What's your happiness worth? So anyway, I'll get off my soapbox.
No, that's very sage advice.
And you've certainly worked hard to get where you are. By the way, just a reminder, if you're just tuning in, we're talking to Lzzy Hale, obviously playing the MM Barbecue on Saturday. One thing I want to point out for those who are going to see the show is that we need to be aware of the fact that Lzzy risks her life every night on stage by walking around in those high heels, by running around in those heels. Good Lord, you've had to have taken a fall from time to time.
I will tell you something that it sounds incredibly impossible, but I've been, my limit is 8 inches.
Oh my gosh.
8 inches.
Clarifying for heels.
Yes, okay.
And sorry, I live with a bunch of boys. That those jokes are always low.
No, I hear you.
But I've fallen once in my high heels, and it was in, oh my gosh, it was I don't even remember what the town's name was. It was a very small town out in Wyoming. Very touristy, lots of cowboy hats, and we were on this old stage, and you could tell they had rebuilt the stage and like built an extension on the stage, like it used to be a smaller stage,
right?
And there was this like kind of line of concrete around the cracks where the other stage used to be, and I like got stuck in those cracks.
That's amazing.
It was a couple seconds of me being on the ground, but it felt like forever. It felt like a total slow motion, like comedy act when it happened. I'm not as ridiculous as I used to be in my 20s. I'm sure there's video of it out there somewhere. This is this is definitely pre-social media, but I used to jump up on the half stacks. And jump off of them and like either land on my knees or land on my feet or whatever it was. And the boys ended up staging an intervention. They really did. We were in the back of the RV, and they're like, Lzzy, we're really concerned.
It's their livelihood too.
You're the bread and butter.
Was it more of a, because I do have a follow-up sort of question. Is it more of a look thing or is it a height thing? Do you do it more because of the way it looks, or do you want to be taller?
I do it because it looks dangerous.
Okay.
The beginnings of this, I've been wearing heels on stage since I was 16, and I definitely take breaks, especially considering COVID happened, and I had to have some chunkier heels coming out there from COVID, but I started doing it because it was one more thing the boys weren't going to do in the scene. And it was one more thing that, oh, wow, she sings. Oh, she plays guitar. Oh, she's working a pedal board. And it's also in 6-inch or 8-inch heels. It was just one more thing that was gonna get people talking, and it's wild because now it's kind of the way that we formulate our set. The set you're going to be hearing on Saturday, we completely recurate it after every tour.
Cool.
And we purposely put in moments that are kind of improv, so that we have to fly by the seat of our pants, and then it's just one more thing that could either go wrong or create chaos get people talking, that kind of thing.
I love it. I wanted to see, Lzzy, I don't know if this would be kind of an exclusive or not, but Linkin Park, of course, they announced Emily Armstrong as a new member of the band. Heard rumors possibly you were in contention for that role. Is that true? And if so, did you meet with them or sing with them or perform or anything?
It must have been true because I got a call. This was the day before. No, I'm sorry, 2 or 3 days before the announcement. And that was the first call. I got a call from our booking agent in Europe, and she says, "Why didn't you tell me?" And I'm like, "Why didn't I tell you what?" She's like, "That you're the new lead singer for Linkin Park." And I said, I haven't heard anything. And then so we think that's funny and that's a joke. And then I get a call from my other agent in the States. And then my manager calls me and he's like, "Are you not telling me something?" So the people in my camp that know more about my schedule than I do were calling me saying, "Why didn't you tell us that you joined Linkin Park?" So I thought it was hilarious. And so what I ended up doing, my guitar player, Joe, made the suggestion. He's like, "You should just put up a cover and say nothing," because everybody's assuming it's you anyway.
Yeah.
So I did. And that was a lot of fun because internet and people are fun.
Sure.
But yeah, no, I was, as far as I know, whether they talked about me or not, they never told me about it. So, but at the same time, hey, if we happen to be playing some shows together, I am officially putting my hat in the ring for a guest spot if y'all are listening. Well, but because I love those guys, but yeah, it was never planned. It was something that was a surprise to me too, where it's like everyone's like everybody thinks it's you because obviously it is. I'm like, well, that's really awesome that everybody thinks it's me, but they haven't called me at all.
Okay.
So. Well, it's first off, that's very cool. It's very flattering, and second off, you had mentioned earlier Skid Row. And you did get the chance to step in and do that. And that, if you want to talk about mind-bending, that must have been mind-bending for you.
Oh, my gosh. I mean, I had all the long conversations with my dad, and he was telling me, like, "My gosh, I remember in 1996, you blasting Slave to the Grind and in your room. How does it feel?" And I told him, I said, it blossomed into this thing that I didn't even know was capable of happening. For me, it was a life-changing experience for me because it started as just friends helping friends. Rachel Bolan asked me to help them out at a mutual friend's birthday party, at Nick Raskulin's birthday party, our mutual producer and friend. And so I told him, I said, "Well, let me know what's happening and I'll see if I can clear my dates." And so he let me know. He says, he called me up, called my bluff and said, "Hey, this is happening now. Can you do it?" And so I cleared everything out. I said, "Hey, we're ready to go." And then they announced it and made it official. And I started hearing from people in Philly and people in Jersey that I haven't talked to in like 10 years and haven't come to see any of my shows. But they're all coming to see the Skid Row shows. And then, I'm learning these songs. They gave me 18 songs that we were definitely going to do. And I'm treating it like an Olympic sport because I want to know the inflections. I want to honor these songs. And then it dawns on me how all I wanted to be as a little girl in Pennsylvania was to be that dude dressed up like a girl dancing around on MTV, and like, so I'm literally getting to live out my teenage fantasy. And then fast forward to the shows, they're actually happening. The first show, I was super, super nervous. I was like, going over lyrics in my head, like from like 10 a.m. on, making sure I don't mess any of this stuff up. And then it became this beautiful thing because they're very much like us, like we don't use tracks. There's no click, there's no miming, there's no trickery, and neither do they. They're still very old school in the way that they do things. So we were creating moments together. Wow. We had a whole extended ending from Quicksand Jesus. I think it's out there on YouTube. Snake gave me a hug afterward, and he told me that he's never had those moments with any other singer. And so we had all of these like beautiful full circle moments together, hanging out on the bus and realizing we're all perpetually 15 years old inside. This is an experience that not only was I able to do this on one side, one half of me is with my friends that I've gotten to know, and I've earned my place to be here. But then on the other side, I'm still this like 13-year-old that is like obsessed with rock and roll and starting a band and playing with my idols. It's just mind blowing. It was mind blowing.
That's crazy.
And then you get to meet, like, there are very two distinct groups that came to those shows. One was like the old guard. I've been seeing them since 1987. And then there were our fans, Hailstorm fans, that were all bringing their dads. It was just the most beautiful thing. So I 10 out of 10 would absolutely do it again. And we kind of left it as like, hey, I can't stay with you. I'm already married. But
God, I can't think of anybody else. I can't think of anybody else but you that could hit those notes at the end of "I Remember You," because I mean,
oh my God.
Good Lord, and I don't.
It's difficult.
Yeah, and I speaking of that, and your voice, and your power, and your range, and all that stuff, maintaining that on a tour. How much do you baby your instrument, because you're working hard out there?
Thank you. I'm careful within reason. There's one superpower that I have is that I know my limits, and I know how much that I can take, and I work hard to maintain that. I try to tell young singers. I've actually begun kind of on the side and giving advice to some young singers. Now they're starting to ask, like, just over email, nothing official, but just like those type of things. And I was having this conversation with a young singer the other day, and talking about how you have to kind of give yourself some slack as a singer when you're a singer that wants to tour, that wants to go out and do shows consistently every single night. Don't beat yourself up over whether the note was hit or whether this was. It's hard to be consistent every single night, and that's really the biggest goal. Sorry,
right, yeah.
I wanted to ask, I was thinking about this the other day because I played drums, and so there's a Modern Drummer magazine I grew up reading. Guitar players have Guitar World magazine. I'm sure there's a publication for bass players. Do singers have, is there like a Great Singer Monthly or anything like that comes out?
It would be amazing if there was. There really isn't. I think there are some people that try, but there's a lot of misinformation, and there's a lot of magic feather, drink this tea, do this, right. And like a lot of it has not been necessarily founded.
Well, I know for a fact that there is a throat magazine, but it has nothing to do with music.
Oh my God.
You're getting that at the Flying J. It's interesting. I do a lot of work for the consistency and to maintain longevity, because I mean it, for the long haul. That meant many years ago trying not to do more than 3 in a row. At the time, especially when I was in the Philly scene, coming up, I think my record is 11 days in a row.
Whoa! Whoa!
And, which I do not recommend to anybody. You will literally be mentally and physically destroyed after that. But no, it's all about knowing yourself and knowing your instrument. Like your vocal folds or chords are as unique as your fingerprints. Everybody's is different. Everybody's works different. Everybody has a different length, different range, different tonality. Because it's not even just about that. It's like there's resonance areas that give you your tone. So I get really nerdy and I work in that capacity. I do this weird thing where every day I get on a trampoline with some weights and I do vocal exercises while I'm doing that.
Wow.
A lot of dumb nerdy stuff like that. But considering, like I said, I try to tell singers to give themselves some slack if they're doing the thing, because anybody can have one great night. Mm-hmm. A singer can have one great night and not warm up at all. I could walk on a stage right now, give you a really, really great night. But if I go out on stage every night and just wing it and don't honor my instrument, don't make sure that I'm hydrated, over time, that's going to run out. You're going to just wear that way too thin, and you're not going to be protecting yourself, and you're just going to it's like not caring about the things that are precious to you. I always think about it like if you can only drive one car, your entire life, make sure it's a really good one, and you don't want to be running over ditches and leaving it out in the rain and, all of that. So
makes sense.
It makes complete sense.
All right. Well, obviously, you're doing the right things. And the show is this Saturday. And by the way, Marissa just handed me this note. It says, Hailstorm, first time sharing the stage with Offspring since May 17th, 2009. And that was at the MMRBQ.
Wow.
There it is.
Long time coming. It's been that long, man. 15 years. So this is going to be exciting. So listen, you're wonderful. You're awesome. We love you. We are so happy that you guys are playing this gig and can't wait to see you on Saturday, Lzzy. So thanks for checking in with us this morning.
We love you so much. Thank you so much for taking the time for me. You guys are delightful. And thank you for being brave enough to listen to me ramble. That is
No, we love it.
Love it. Excellent. All right. Lzzy Hale, everyone. Take care, Liz. We'll see you on Saturday. Hailstorm playing the MMRBQ. They bring it. They're the band that bleeds for you.
Yeah.
They're one of those. So that is going to be exciting stuff. And the fact that they're reuniting not only with Offspring, but as she said, Silvertide.
Yeah.
Let's not forget about how, when those guys hit, we were like, whoa, listen to this band, man. Bluesy, hard, awesome rock coming out of Philly.
And we talked about it, and she said right out of the gate, which I loved hearing her say, is that when you are on a bill like this, like a show, like a festival type bill, and you're surrounded by bands that you are sort of reuniting with and people that you've had, shared moments with, it's cool for the musicians as well.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, I want to give something away. Our friends from Nifty 50s have been here. Do we still have a few minutes so we can chat for a second, or do we need a break?
A couple of minutes.
A
couple?
So, a couple. We'll take caller number 11 at 215-263-WMM. I'm going to give you a $50 gift card to Nifty 50s. It dropped off all kinds of good stuff for us here, and you can join them as they celebrate 11 years of supporting Alex's Lemonade.
That's awesome.
Every lemon meringue pie milkshake ordered in September, $1 is going to be donated to Alex's Lemonade. So let's set you up with that. 215-263-WMMR. There was something that I had set aside that I was going to mention. Hang on. I did have a couple of shout outs. I put it over here.
There you go. Are there specific paper clips for shout outs?
No, there are not, and I need to do that.
All right.
I do need to do
Brown?
that. So I got this from our good friend Bob Havens.
Oh, Bob.
And he said, a big shout out to Sierra. Wishing the best of luck to Sierra on Survivor, which I guess aired last night. The local gal from Delaware.
Yeah. Yeah, it aired on the 18th. Yep.
So he said, Mom and Dad, Jim and Angie, are big Preston and Steve fans and good friends of mine. So good luck to her.
Yeah.
Shout out for Sierra, who's local.
I literally had a conversation with Sierra, but the fine folks at CBS got involved.
So Sierra wanted to come on.
Yeah, I mean, I just call her and go, hey, Sierra, do you want to come by and talk about the show? And she'd say, yeah. But CBS is like, no, you got to run through the proper.
We prefer to not have the promotion.
Yeah, sometimes there are things get in the way. Yeah. All right, so anyway, we wish her good luck. And then another one, this is from one of our YouTubers, and it says, hey, guys, it's me, Julie Jerkoff, a.k.a. Julie Jules, but she goes on the YouTube group.
Julie Jerkoff.
As Julie.
Forgive me, Kirkoff.
Julie Jerkoff.
Forgive me.
Forgive me.
She says, can you please give a birthday shout out to YouTuber Diamond Dog, a.k.a. Eugene. His birthday was August 2nd, so she got to me late on this. She said, listen to what happened to Eugene, though. She said he spent a few days in the ICU recently due to an attack from killer wasps.
What?
But he survived and showed those wasps who his boss.
So white Anglo-Saxon Protestants?
We are so happy that he is safe at home now and recovering, and so happy he's a part of our little dysfunctional YouTube family. No, the dude was, stung. I guess I don't know by how many or whatever.
You're now in the club as well.
Yes, by that one sting I got.
Yeah.
She said, so if you could give a shout out to Eugene and also a la-di-da-di-da bees for this lovely gentleman, it would make all of us so happy.
Yeah, go ahead.
And thank you, Ray John y'all, and that's from Julie Jerkoff. So we'll do the bees for him.
La-di-da-di-da-di-da. Bees!
Wow. All right. So since we do have, we have like a short thing here.
Can I talk to you guys about something that I saw?
Why don't you do that? I'm going to save this for another time.
It's now time for a chat with Casey Boy. Things that are on his mind.
Well, we were talking to Lzzy Hale, and she was talking about the 8-inch heels, and I asked her if it was more of a fashion thing or a trying to be taller thing.
Yeah, and then you were going to have a follow-up story.
I was, because I saw this thing that they had, I think it's in Norway, where it is, for a lack of better terms, it is the it's a same height party, okay? And so everybody goes to this party, and depending on how tall you are, they have basically stilts that you walk on, where every single person at the party is literally like eye level.
All right, so it will be everyone tonight is going to be 6 foot tall or whatever, and so they give you footwear that will accommodate that height. Marissa?
Casey, I'm certain now that you and I have the same algorithm.
Oh, okay,
because
so
I've
they
been
showed
getting
up on
this
yours
for a while,
too?
Yes, and it got served to me a lot. I believe it was an artist in the 90s who did this.
Is this what it was? Okay.
Yeah, it was kind of like an, progressive thing. And yeah, so
Was it the
everybody is on
blue-
these different stilts.
Those blue,
Yeah.
and it called them stilts, but they're really not stilts. They're basically just like platforms that you walk around in.
Just the women or the guys?
No,
are wearing
Everybody.
it too?
Everybody. So you and I would,
level
would be
everybody
the
out.
same
I don't
exact
like that.
height.
I don't like a guy to be the same height as me, though. I would like, you know what I mean?
You want him to be a little bit taller.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, me too.
This went around in my friend group, and I have 2 friends that are over 6'5", and they both were like, I'm not ready to look people in the eye.
Yeah.
Wow.
They're
used
their
to it.
whole life, they haven't looked anybody in the eye.
Height has never once been a thing for me at all.
Well, because you're 6 foot freaking 3, bro.
No, but I mean,
Talk to me.
I mean, with women, with of the opposite sex.
no,
I mean,
it's
like,
never
I've
been.
never. I've dated people of a variety of heights. Rochelle is tall. I've dated people that are taller than her even before, and I've dated one girl I dated was Marissa's size. So
No
it's
kidding.
never been, but I guess maybe for women that is different. Generally. We've seen polls.
There is.
They do prefer a man that is taller than them.
Listen, it feels if I have to bend over to kiss my guy, I think it just feels weird.
But with other women, because now that I'm thinking about it, if I like a man, I do prefer to be a little bit taller. But if it was other women, like if I'm in a picture with friends and I'm the shortest one, I'm like, I look like a little shrimp. I wish I was taller.
So there's this thing where women will, all right, so they want a taller man, or they will accept a 10 in looks, but you're short.
Oh, okay.
Do you know what I mean?
You have
Like,
to be
he's
perfectly
an absolute,
good-looking.
he's an absolute
Yes.
10,
Yeah.
but he's only 5'6".
Okay.
I would love this for everywhere in life. Like when I was at the Weezer show over the weekend, like I couldn't see the stage. And it's the life I live, where I am used to just listening to concerts I'm at.
Well, if you talk about another thing that's big now, Preston, that's making the rounds all over social media, it is the 666 rule. Are you familiar with this?
No.
Oh?
Women dating men must be 6 feet, 6-figure income, and 6-pack abs.
Oh, really?
666.
Yeah, all right, it's fantasy land. I mean, we all sort of have our fantasies.
That is the thing. That is the what is being sought.
Marissa, do you ever, though, appreciate your stature, though, from time to time, say, on an airplane or moments like that?
Sleeping in the overhead compartment?
7.5-hour flight back from Brazil. I was just like balled up in the seat.
Yeah.
Like I
That's
actually
nice.
thought of you, Preston. I was like, you would hate this.
Yeah.
How tall
You
is
would hate
Grace?
this. Grace, how tall are you? 5'2". She's 5'2".
She
tiny as well.
She towers over you.
Kathy, I'm going to call you. I mean, you're only a couple inches taller than me, right?
5'3".
Yeah. So you're 3 inches taller, but it's like
Kathy
the world
seems
of
taller.
difference.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You do seem taller than 5'3".
No, 5'3". I'm 5'3".
What can I tell you?
Maybe it's because Marissa's around. You just seem...
Well, but that's the thing, though. Whenever Marissa and I are in... No, that's not what it's like. We're similar height, I think, because you wear higher heels. So if we take a picture together, we're similar in height.
Okay. Interesting. All right, you guys, the MM barbecue, you getting all gussied up?
We are not. We decided that we're just wearing regular outfits this year.
I thought so. It feels like a more regular outfit year this year, does it not?
Yeah, we were talking about it yesterday, and I was like, oh, God, no, I just want to wear a regular
You're
outfit.
going to wear your best duck tape boots?
Yeah, that was last year, right?
2 years ago.
2 years ago, her boot, she had to electric tape her boots together.
Yeah.
Thank you to the guy who gave me the gaff tape.
There was a stretch of years where Marissa and Kathy showed up dressed to the nines.
Well, because
Looked
we
really
used to
great, but with a
take-
kind of a rock flair to it.
We used to take a show photo with a photographer there.
Oh, yeah.
Now we don't have photographers. We don't really do
We have a
anything,
police
so
sketch artist.
I just want to wear a regular outfit.
All right, fair enough. Good.
I might be wearing no long pants.
Kathy, I went shopping the other day, by the way.
Where'd you go?
I just went to the mall.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll talk later.
They're saying the high 80 now, but
I know,
in the
now
evening it
it's
cools
warmer.
off. But I don't know. I'm up in the air too. On
Maybe I'll wear like Chippendales pants so you can quickly tear off.
That's a great idea. If it's Steve, it's a little hot out here.
I had those in basketball. I love those things, man.
Oh, yeah, when they call you off the bench? Love it. All right, now we should indeed take a break because we're going to try to stay on time as much as possible to get you that $1,000 that we have up for grabs in Good Money It. That and the Bizarre File are on the way. Stay with us.
You know what? You know how you have that keep warm function on your oven?
Yeah.
Try putting the dinner rolls in your ass.
Kathy, why did you not do it?
As this was all going on, I just hear, because we had to take our headphones off, I just hear Steve go, I refuse to do this.
Yeah. Thanks for playing along, bro.
Well, I couldn't get my Asia song to play, which would have been so cool.
I did do it, Casey.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
Put it in your mouth?
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't see it.
I did.
He didn't
Preston.
do it.
All right, here's the
I just
thing.
did it.
Try this when you get home, Kathy.
Okay.
Draw a nice bath. Get in it.
Yeah.
Take your electric hair dryer. Dip it in the water. You'll be able to hear Prince.
While it's plugged
Yeah.
in.
The speakers have gotten much better on these phones. My son was listening to, he was watching a YouTube video or something like that, and he was in the other room, and I was almost like, turn that damn music down.
I'm trying to listen to my story on my Stephen King story.
But it's gotten, you remember the old phones, like if you, for some reason, didn't have a Bluetooth speaker or something to hook it into, and you tried valiantly, yes, exactly, to listen to something through it. It was terrible. It's gotten much better. They're definitely a lot louder.
I'm listening to Pearl Jam. Listen.
It won't fit my mouth.
Yes, it will. Oh, my God, yes, it will.
It won't fit my mouth.
All right. Let's see here. Amazon has renewed. I don't know why I just went, but I did.
Sounded cool.
Amazon has renewed.
Now the news focuses on Iraq. We go down to Jimmy Gosevsky at the Pentagon. I'm trying to throw it back to you, Tom, but I can't do a chicken fart.
I'm having a hard time today.
Chicken fart. Amazon has renewed The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel for a 4th season run. That's good news. The show, which has won multiple Emmys and Golden Globes, just received 2 more Golden Globes nominations for Best Television Series and Best Actress for Rachel Brosnahan.
I'm watching season 3 right now, and it really is. It's a great show, but it's tiring watching that show, the amount of dialogue that they jam in.
It's rapid fire.
It's so rapid fire.
And
it's like an Aaron Sorkin.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. She speaks so quickly.
Oh my God!
And I will miss stuff. I do have to back it up from time to time just to catch all the dialogue. It's great.
It's done in that sort of period piece dialogue delivery way.
Yeah. Yep, exactly. So Black Christmas opens this weekend. It's a horror film directed by Sophia Takal.
I love Christmas horror movies.
It stars Imogen Poots, Carrie Elways, Brittany O'Grady, Lily Donghue, and Elise Shannon. It's about a killer terrorizing sorority sisters during Christmas time. PG-13, hour and 32 minutes, no score on Rotten Tomatoes.
Imogen Poots. I mean, you're picking a stage name.
I know. Change that one. That's like Kelly Queef. Unless you're a porn star, right? Bella Balloon Knot. I thought the same thing, Case.
Imogen Poots. Okay, we're going to sit down here for a second. We've got a whole bunch of names that we can pick.
Yeah.
It's a real name.
I narrowed it down to 5. Well, then change it.
Yeah, there are stage names available.
It says here your name is Poop Dribble.
Oh my God, Casey, her middle name is Gay.
No!
Yeah.
Jean Gay Poots.
Uh-huh.
Wow.
Dude, what is wrong with her parents?
Nick, has she been in anything? Pull up her
she has striking blue eyes, according to IMDb.
Well, was she in the...
oh, yeah.
She was in 28 Weeks Later.
Yes,
she was in Green Room.
And she's also in... she's in...
That Awkward Moment and A Long Way Down are her notable...
She's in Never Stop, Never Stopping.
Is she?
Pop star.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Is she in that, right?
Yes.
Yeah. She's got beautiful eyes.
Imogen Gay Poots. Yeah. Imogen Poots.
She pootsed.
She's beautiful. Yeah, we just pulled up a photo of her, and she stars in Black Christmas. In celebration of its 125th anniversary, the New York Public Library, which is the second largest in the U.S. after the Library of Congress, has
throwing out the books?
No. They released its list of the top 10 checked out books of all time. And in
Is
first
one of them Goldfinger?
place, no.
Mr. Goldfinger!
No.
One of the most popular books at the New York Library. It's on the list.
In first place, I'll just start right at the top here, is the children's picture book, The Snowy Day by Ezra Jack Keats.
I don't even know.
It's about a child enjoying his city's first snowfall.
I don't know that book. Yeah.
Oh, I know this book.
Yeah.
I love this book when I was a kid. Absolutely.
Get the Caldecott Award. Yeah, the Caldecott medal. I remember that. Remember the little imprint on the
it's
front
a
of it?
gold sticker that would be a gold
Sticker! On this crappy book about a kid walking in the snow.
Gold
sticker.
It's not. It is on the list?
Yeah.
It's on the list.
It's number one on the list.
Number one.
So, I think, you'd find that on Where the Wild Things Are and The Hungry Caterpillar, those classic ones. Another book, Dr. Seuss's The Cat in the Hat, was in second place.
Okay.
Were you a Seuss fan as a kid?
Oh, yeah. Very much so. And in fact, I've been going through a cleaning out process at our house, and
Great purge.
I found we found way too many books that we need to get rid of, and so I did, and I donated them to the Laurel House thrift shop that raises money for the Laurel House. But we kept all of our Dr. Seuss books. And I had to stop and flip through Go Dog Go, and I had to look through the birthday book, and
Two Girls in a Cup.
2 Girls in a Cup.
It was the most wonderful cup it was.
There are a lot of Dr. Seuss books, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
I see two girls in a cup.
Dozens.
I say to you, girls, can you tell me what's up?
I'll tell you what's up. Just look in the cup.
You'll know
After
this.
watching that, you won't be able to sup.
It's full of throw up.
And upchuck.
Okay.
It's full of throw up.
Come on, man.
Maybe you want to consider the shortest commercial flight in the world.
Really?
Yes. How long would you guys think the shortest commercial flight in the world is?
I'm going to say, because I've been on some super short ones, 20 minutes. I'm going to say 6 minutes.
Okay. Anybody else?
That's probably a good guess. The shortest one I ever did was Philly to JFK, and it was a part of an international flight. So we started in Philly, went to JFK, picked up a whole bunch more people, and then went from JFK on.
And how long was that?
That was like 20.
Yeah, I've
25,
done
like
that flight before. Yeah.
We stayed on the same plane. It was a 747, and most of the passengers they picked up were in New York, but that was just our flight.
That's what Annabelle does.
Yes. Anybody else? Shortest
I have
flight.
no guess.
All right, no guess. You have no guess.
I think it's got to be about, because by the time you take off and you land, I'm going to say 15 minutes.
Okay. Shortest flight in the world is 90 seconds.
90 seconds.
Come on. Stop it.
Wow.
Tucked away in the Northern Isles of Scotland, Scottish regional airline Loganair operates the 1.7-mile flight between islands Westray and Papa Westray. While the flight is scheduled for 90 seconds, typically it runs closer to 60 seconds.
There you go. With the trade winds.
So I guess it's either that or a ferry, or maybe they don't have a ferry on that particular side of the island.
You can't, how high is the plane getting?
It's essentially, for the people who live there, but it's a legitimate flight that is necessary. They carry teachers and students and visiting
In 10 seconds, we're going to turn off the seatbelt sign. Around the cabin. Then in 15 seconds after that, I'll put it back on. Ask you to return to your seat.
Tourists and
Welcome aboard Flight 414. Thank you for flying Flight 414.
and island residents traveling to and from mainland Orkney for a range of appointments. So
I would have
Stewardess is going to turn on the hose and begin in-flight beverage service.
Open your mouth.
If I regularly did that flight, I would have to try and hold my breath for the duration.
Yeah,
of the,
see if
of
you
the
can
flight.
make it. Yeah.
It's kind of like whenever I go through the Lehigh Tunnel, I'm like, all right, I got to hold my breath.
You know what? Next time you do that, sing the last line of Happy Birthday and see if you can hold it the whole way through. It's also Maude Adams' birthday today, Steve. You know her.
Yes, she's been in 2 Bond movies.
Only one actress to play a Bond girl twice.
Yeah.
2 different Bond girls?
2 different Bond girls.
Okay.
She's in The Man with the Golden Gun, and she's Octopussy. She has 8 vaginas.
Why didn't they just say that?
I don't know where to begin. Does anyone?
Dark Matter on 93.3 WMMR Pearl Jam. Sending that one out to Nick, who is illing yet again today, not feeling well. He's got bronchitis, but he's hanging in there. So we'll see. He comes back tomorrow night. He definitely wants to be well for the MM barbecue.
Oh, yeah.
It is 9:56. We're just a few minutes away from your next shot at $1,000. Good money. Let us now take a final look at traffic and see what's up there. Kathy, what do you have for us?
We've got slow traffic on the Schuylkill eastbound from Gladwin into Belmont, but the problem is the construction that is set up. You're stopped from the boulevard to Girard. The left lane is closed. Westbound jams University to South, and then from City to Gladwin. 309 is still shut down southbound between 563 and 151. It's an overturned dump truck. Pennsylvania Turnpike westbound slows Virginia Drive to Fort Washington. Blue Road southbound. That's slow from the Media Bypass to Baltimore Pike. 95 southbound jams Cotman into the Vine, and then the Vine westbound is jammed the length. This traffic report brought to you by it's brought to you by Acme Markets. This flu season, stop by the Acme Markets pharmacy to get your free flu shot with most insurance plans and receive 10% off groceries. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, Casey, tonight we'll be at J.T. Brewski's in Delco, 7 to 9 p.m., and he's got Eagles tickets to give away. This is courtesy of Bud Light for the Thursday night kickoff, and the game will be for Sunday, October 13th against Cleveland.
Yep.
And you can get qualified for the grand prize playoff tickets as well, conditional upon them making the playoffs. And also $3 Bud Light drafts, $3.50 Bud Light bottles, $5 hoop tea drafts, and special prizes as well. So you'll be there tonight.
And special guest Nick Murphy's going to be there. Yeah. So we're going to be filming some stuff to promote this event because, we're taking this on the road for the rest of the season pretty much. But I'm in Delco tonight.
All right. Let me see.
They're great times. They really are.
Yes,
People love them.
I also wanted to reiterate the fact we made an announcement earlier this morning. MMR is doing an event called 10 Days of Metallica. It's the Metallica M72 World Tour at the Link. And they will be playing 2 nights, Friday, May 23rd and Sunday, May 25th. And we have a chance for you to win a pair of tickets to both shows. And this will start for 10 days in a row tomorrow, and it'll happen 3 times a day. We're going to play a designated Metallica song 3 times during the day. Well, we will play a Metallica song. When you hear it, you be the 10th caller, you win. So there are 3 different times that will happen each day. And you can go to WMMR.com to not only have another chance to win, but also to get the cheat sheet so you know what times to listen each day. That starts tomorrow, and I think we are going to have your first shot at winning.
That's the word.
Yeah, dude, and you'll go to both shows. Pretty badass. Now, the shows aren't until May, but you will have in confidence from now until then that you are going to be in the building for both of them.
I mean, the last time they played the Link, people freaked out. Freak out.
And then I want to mention this as well. We're getting close. It's almost 10 o'clock to do the keyword for Good Money It. But I also want to mention another great thing. Is our big friggin' deal. Bates Motel. We can set you up with 2 adult combo tickets for the price of 1. So you get 2 tickets for $52, man.
Yeah, honestly, that is a steal, especially since they've got so much stuff there. They are, I think, how many times have they won the nation's top haunted attraction?
Yep.
They're amazing.
So prepare for Halloween Thrills Bates Motel, one of the most frightening haunted attractions in the country. They were in Glen Mills, PA, and you can get this exclusive offer while the supplies last, mind you, at WMMR.com/deals. All right, now, how about we do this little thing right here?
93.3 WMMR Philadelphia.
It's time for a Good Money It
keyword.
All right, your keyword is program. Program. And you have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter that. 3 ways for you to do it. WMMR.com, the MMR app, or you can text it to the special contest short code number, which is 45911. One random entry will win $1,000 in our company-wide contest. Each winner gets called from Beasley. Make sure you answer your phone. Contest rules available at WMMR.com, and it is sponsored by Horizon Services, Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing. So again, the word is program. Program. Enter that now.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by The Bagster.
Yeah.
You can buy yours now at any home improvement store, just $29.99. Fill it up. They pick it up on your schedule. The Bagster, dumpster in a bag, buy, fill, gone. The state of New Jersey has permanently suspended the license of a doctor who was accused of improperly performing invasive cosmetic surgeries, including non-surgical penile and breast enhancement procedures.
How do you do that one?
At dozens of offices in New Jersey and neighboring states. Dr. Mohammed A. Mirza, a board-certified internist from Cedar Grove, has not practiced medicine in New Jersey since his license was temporarily suspended in 2021 amid these allegations. The Enforcement Bureau of the Division of Consumer Affairs opened the investigation into him after the State Board of Medical Examiners received numerous consumer complaints about the doctor and his practice of aesthetic medicine. He advertised and performed a variety of costly and invasive cosmetic enhancement services, traveling from office to office, carrying medical products in a duffel bag.
Oh, that would put me off.
Mirza allegedly saw up to 30 patients daily in makeshift spaces where he failed to observe proper protocols for medical record keeping.
My penile extending kit is in my duffel bag.
Patient follow-ups and storage of medical supplies, including products that required refrigeration and strict temperature control. He ignored all of that.
Yeah.
The state
what does that matter?
Alleged that his improper use of certain dermal fillers for off-label purposes posed a clear and imminent danger to the public. In one case, he used an injectable dermal filler in a non-surgical penile enhancement procedure that caused permanent harm to the patient.
I'm going to fill your penis up with hummus.
The man suffered complications that required his hospitalization, where he underwent 2 emergency surgical interventions. When asked about it by an emergency room doctor, Mirza did not accurately disclose the exact filler he used, which made it harder for physicians to care for the patient. So if they would have known it was hummus, Steve, then they probably could have treated him properly.
I mean, honestly.
In other situations, I'll be right back. I need to get a pita. In other situations, he used an off-label injectable dermal filler close to patients' eyes.
Oh, my God.
Which, if done incorrectly, could have led to loss of vision or permanent blindness, the office said. He also allegedly used an off-label filler.
Never go to one of these guys if they have a secret recipe.
An off-label filler for breast enhancement that could obscure patients' mammogram results and another without performing skin allergy tests on patients before starting procedures. Other complaints include that he failed to wear a mask or surgical gloves while performing procedures.
He wore clown shoes.
High-pressure tactics, failed to respond to post-procedure complaints and or requests for records, and performed aesthetic procedures in an area described as a small storage closet.
Jeez.
And a closet area with a bench. So the guy's in a ton of trouble.
You've been reporting a lot of stories. There seem to be a lot of rogue people doing this without
doctors and
any training whatsoever. Yeah.
It's out of hand. So that guy's one example, and thank goodness he's been busted.
Even though the hummus sounds great.
A California man discovered that he's been paying his neighbor's utility bill for nearly 2 decades after a power company error.
Wow.
Ken Wilson, who lives alone, noticed unusually high electricity charges.
I don't get it.
After investigating, found his apartment was linked to the wrong meter. Pacific Gas and Electric sent a worker to check his meter out. The employee confirmed that Wilson's apartment, unit number 90, was linked to the wrong meter. He was paying for the utility bill for unit 91. Even worse, this mix-up dates back to 2006.
Did they mention how much money he was overcharged?
No. PG&E apologized for the issue, saying that it would be fixed by the next billing cycle. He said, I feel powerless right now because I can't control my own meter. He hopes his story raises awareness for others facing similar problems.
I mean, he was overcharged there, but I'm sure there were maybe some moments where he was undercharged?
Maybe. Yeah, so, it's like when you get shorted at the grocery store, sometimes you get items that they don't catch, and so it's going to, Eventually.
So maybe the power company just say, suck it up.
Balance off. 6 employees of New York City's public school system took their children or grandchildren on trips to Disney World, New Orleans, and other locations using tickets that were meant for homeless students, investigators said in a new report. The trips intended as enrichment for students living in shelters and other temporary housing also included excursions to Washington, D.C., Boston, Broadway shows. This is according to Anastasia Coleman, the special commissioner. Linda Wilson, the manager for the office that supports students in temporary housing, took her own children on trips that were paid for through grants for homeless students.
This is great.
And encouraged employees that she supervised to do the same, but to keep quiet about it.
You've just stolen trips from a whole bunch of homeless people. Where are you going now? Disney World.
One staffer quoted Wilson as saying, what happens here stays with us.
Isn't that Vegas?
That's what I thought so, too. The investigation began after a whistleblower brought a complaint. The special commissioner's report, which concerned trips that took place between 2016 and 19, were completed.
What's going on here? I thought they were going to be homeless people.
In January 2023, but only made public on September 9th. According to the report, Wilson forged permission slips to bring family members on trips.
How reprehensible.
And evaded City Department of Education oversight by using an outside agency to book travel arrangements. Some of the trips were intended as college tours, but the students and chaperones never actually visited the campuses, according to witnesses and the investigation. So, yeah.
How do people do that?
I will do one more story, and then we will wrap it up. The holidays will be here faster than you know it, and we've got the perfect gift for the man or woman who has everything. The new Arc Trex Mo Go hiking pants. They come complete with a built-in exoskeleton powered by powerful motors.
I've seen these.
These are powered pants.
They're amazing.
The motor-powered pants reportedly can increase the wearer's leg strength by 40% and make them feel 30 pounds lighter.
I was watching a YouTube video about them, and they showed people going up pretty steep inclines, Preston, and they were doing it like humming along.
You have to wear like leg braces.
Yeah, so it's an exoskeleton.
Well, you want to be Iron Man or not?
Yeah, come on. The pants are expected to make their retail debut in 2025 and will run you upward of $5,000 for a pair.
So the one problem is, that, of course, they have to sink the gears into your bones. That's the problem.
That's a downside.
Yeah. No, but it really seems to work.
Hiking trails in the Western U.S. and Canada will also reportedly be getting on board the motorized pants train by offering 8-hour rentals as well.
So you can try them out.
You can try them out.
Of course, you can just pay someone to give you a piggyback ride.
That too. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the Bizarre File for you this morning. All right, let's give away another gift, a prize, if you will, from our friends at Nifty 50s who stopped by this morning. $50 gift card. We'll take caller number 20 at 215-263-WMMR. You can taste the memories at Nifty 50s, a 1950s themed diner with 8 local locations. If you want to get a list of the locations, just go to nifty50s.com. But we'll take the 20th caller, like I said, 215-263-WMMR, and that $50 gift card is yours. We'll come back in just a moment, so stay with us.
Preston. I don't want to hit the same ones again.
If anybody could handle 8 vaginas.
I'm good, but I'm not that good. I tapped out after number 6. Q, why don't you get in on this?
Everybody, 007.
When she queefs, it must sound like the mothership in Close Encounters. Bah, bum, bah.
Right, Kathy?
Yeah.
Yeah, right?
It must sound like the Boston Pops, right, Preston? Think about it. That's the Tijuana Brass. Unbelievable.
When Octopussy queefs. Okay.
That was the song from that movie, When Octopus Queefs.
Great Bond song.
Octopussy queefs. Ba-da-da-da-da.
Sung by Sheena Easton.
Really?
Octopussy
She must have been a kid. Maud Adams is 70,
Happy birthday.
75 today. Happy birthday to Octopussy. A little light listening this morning on the Preston and Steve Show.
That's actually the new theme to 60 Minutes.
With Disturbed, and I just hear, no longer be your whore. All righty then. Mike Schmidt, Hall of Famer, baseball player, and just a god in this town, was in our studio one time, and the song that we were playing was, as we were getting ready to introduce him, was Godsmack, the song Crying Like a Bitch. And it's just like, crying like a bitch! Just screaming. And I look over at Mike Schmidt, who's just sitting there with his headphones on.
Where the hell am I?
And now we're playing Disturbed with this screaming, and I look over at Terry Crews is sitting right there with his headphones on, just pretending like he's having a good time.
No, I really liked it. Longer be your whore. Yeah, now I was getting into it, man.
Let's welcome Terry Crews. How you doing,
I was into it. I'm ready to do another workout.
Did you already get one in this morning?
Got one in.
Of course.
Wow, man.
Of course.
Yeah,
I love it.
Terry, we were laughing this morning because you posted a picture of you on your Twitter page, Preston and I, and someone had said that you resembled a chewed up Tootsie Roll.
Yes.
And you posted the picture, and it was just hilarious.
Well, they said now that they put it down that they couldn't unsee it, and then what was weird is I couldn't unsee it either. I was like, all right, that looks just like me, a chewed up Tootsie Roll. I'm trying to tell you.
And it looks like, if you haven't seen the picture yet, it looks like if you were in with the Star Wars movie where they froze Han Solo. Carbonite. If you were to freeze Terry Crews in carbonite.
Oh my God.
So we were thinking it's safe to say you are in the pantheon of favorite guests we've ever had on the show. Constantly referred to. And the career just keeps going along. Obviously, your AGT now is a big thing.
Yes.
I'll be honest, I was never that much into the AGT thing, but your zeal, your excitement for it is so infectious. And now we've known people like John Dorenbos and other people who've gone through the system. And it is, you will see some wild stuff on that show. So through you curated it, and I'm like, okay, I'll jump back in and check it out. So I watch it. What draws you to that show? What do you? Because you are clearly exhilarated by it.
This is the thing. First of all, when you look at what entertainment is, the 18 to 35-year-olds have gotten too much clout. I'll be honest with you. You're like, okay, man, there's a big world.
Yeah.
And, the 18 to 35, that's it. They determine what's hot, what's not. And you're like, no, not at all. If you had a family, you understand that your kids, the ones under 18 are the ones that's determining everything. And then the ones over 35 are the ones that's paying for everything. So I said, I have to serve all of them. And that is what I was determined to do. I started hosting a few years back when I was hosting Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. This is the deal too, because it really, really satisfies me, because I do not, when I perform now on movies and TV, I have no audience. There's nothing. And I need the adrenaline that comes from when I was in the NFL. It's really replaced by AGT. The crowd noise, the energy, the fact that anything can happen when it's live, man.
You get to go live.
No, it's live. Look, I get the keys to NBC for 2 hours, and they're like, "Look, bring it back in one piece. Don't break it. Don't dent it. And watch out when you're backing up with it. You know what I mean? And basically, you got to bring it back in the same condition or better. And it's so you realize anything can go wrong, and I love it.
So the other night, something went wrong with the guy with the crossbows and the levers, and so I found myself on the edge of the seat watching this mistake, these flaws, because not everybody that comes on AGT does it perfectly.
No, they don't.
So for people who aren't watching, what happened?
Oh my God! Well, I mean, the guy thought he had set his trap, he set his arrows right, and the whole thing, and he realized he was nervous,
and he's strapped in.
Yes. Yeah. He was nervous, and he didn't do it right, dude.
Oh no!
But this was so wild, man. You start to realize, and my thing is always talking to the acts and trying to talk them through so that they can be relaxed.
Right.
Because the deal is
easier said than done, though, right?
It is, because everyone make you nervous. I had one guy. I'm gonna tell something right now. This is crazy. I was doing this movie Blended with Adam Sandler down in South Africa.
You were great as the singer and calypso guy.
It was awesome. But see, one person can mess up your whole world.
Right.
I remember I was about to do the scene, the whole thing, and we only had a few minutes to do the scene where we were losing light and the whole thing. And this director of photography, I don't want to mention his name, but he walked up to me and he said, "Don't F up. Now, when you said, I'm going, huh? Now, that's the worst thing you can say to anyone. But thank God I knew to counteract that. And I said, don't take it. Don't take it. In fact, use it as fuel.
Right.
In fact, focus. Get inside. Come inside more. And I jammed and the whole thing. And I did we did the thing with the choir. And we were singing and doing the whole thing. And I looked at him and he was like, that was pretty amazing. And I was literally like, F you. Believe me, I could not believe he would have the nerve to do that. So I realized what I wanted to do for all these acts is be the anti that. Come in there and tell him, you got this, man. You can do it. It's okay. But he just got so nervous.
He didn't turn the safeties off.
He didn't turn the safeties off. And you got real people, and he's standing there in front of it. And then you got Alicia. She's wondering whether should I press the button or not. She could have killed somebody.
Yeah.
Well,
it's really nuts.
The acts are like that. There are some, and there have been some injuries, but that's the real deal. What sort of blows my mind is what they're using the theater. There was a dance act that was using projection or something like virtual dance, and I mean it was
Freckled Sky, yeah,
right. It was as theatrical and Broadway level that I've ever seen. How much time did they get? Because that had to be live. How much time do you get to set something like that up?
Oh my God! First of all, the crew on America's Got Talent has been underrated and not appreciated enough. This is literally like putting on the Oscars every week. It's the biggest live show on television, period. And it's the biggest talent show in the world.
Well,
so they're the best in the business, man. And any mistake, it could all go wrong. They do it so good. People, it's like people think that it's just it's a given or whatever. But man, when you watch this crew and as well as they do it, you talk about roadies and all this stuff.
It's not like
one of the best
act
thing in the world.
One act that's on for 2 hours. Because this guy, I don't know to explain it, Preston. The dancers at one point look like they're marionettes.
Yes.
Faux strings coming down, and there's a whole bunch of stuff going on, precision stuff.
Well, I feel like a circus master.
Right.
You know what I mean? And that's what I love, because I come from also the days of the variety show.
Right.
Listen, Carol Burnett was one of my favorite shows of all time. And I miss that, man. I wanted to bring that back. And I'm not a comedian, but at the same time, this energy, this love, I want to be this guy. And it's to get this opportunity is the biggest thing in the world for me.
I think for the entertainers and like for John Dornbos has told us what the whole experience was like and the whole deal. And obviously there's the background story which plays into it and the emotion and all that stuff. So for some reason it works. It's the oldest Ted Max amateur hour that goes back for decades.
Ed Sullivan.
Yeah, Ed Sullivan. Where these people come out and spin dishes and all that stuff. What we're talking about, like the act with the arrows and all that stuff. What was the one act you thought, okay, this guy's going to die?
Yeah.
What was the one where you thought this guy's coming out in a body bag?
Oh, there are several. I'm trying to say which one. Some of these that are coming up. There was a guy who was in a water tank. And I thought, he was
like the Houdini thing?
It's just like he did a Houdini-ish deal, man. And I said, man, and then it didn't look like things were happening right. You could tell when his assistants start running. You're like, oh man. First of all, you don't want anything to go wrong because it ruins. It could, you don't want to watch anybody die on live TV. You just don't want to do it.
Would you want to be a judge? Do you think you could do it?
No, I don't. The judging thing is super, super hard, man.
I think so, especially with the appeal of AGT is the variety of acts you're going to get. You got dance, you got magic, comedians, song, all this different stuff. But how do you compare those things as far as talent goes? I'd have a really hard time.
And I think some of the judges have harder times. Yeah. I think Simon and Howie are probably the most well-rounded judges. I've seen Heidi not get jokes, and because she doesn't get a joke, she gets offended by it. It's like, it's hard.
But let me tell you one thing. I got to tell you this. The reason we have judges is because America wants blood. I'm just telling you. First of all, how can you compare a singer to a dancer to a danger act?
Mm-hmm. Well, we know.
How can you do that?
The end result is, and this is the way I've always framed it. To me, you're looking for somebody who would be a successful.
MMR Rock's beautiful song, David Bowie and the Queen, Under Pressure. It's 10:20. Thursday morning. Nice day today. Partly cloudy skies. High 85. Nice tomorrow. Sunshine 82. And then for the barbecue, 80 degrees and partly cloudy. And then what's interesting is we drop off temperature-wise after that. It's still going to be nice, but the high on Sunday and Monday is only 73 degrees. So we get this little bump up in warm weather just in time for the barbecue. I am loving every second.
I'm thrilled.
It is it's like the last question mark when we get ready for barbecue. And same thing for, Camp Out for Hunger and things like that. What is the weather going to be like? You've prepped, you have all your things lined up, and then that last little Mother Nature, relying on her trust comes into play, and it's going to be good. So we're excited about that. Today's lesson question prize, we are going to give away a $50 Botto's Italian Market gift card. And we'll go with this question. It was from one of our guests. Lzzy Hale Lzzy Hale's limit is 8 inches, but just for what? 215-263-WMMR. She indicated that earlier. Lzzy Hale's limit is 8 inches, but just for what? If you heard that interview, you heard Lzzy say it, then you should call right now, 215-263-WMMR. While we're waiting for your call, we will do this.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, we'll get some stories and then an answer. Steve, what's going on this morning?
Well, as you said earlier, Eric Roberts issued a heartfelt apology to his sister Julia Roberts in his autobiography, Runaway Train, saying he was a drug-addled fool when he disparaged her career. 68-year-old Roberts says he should never have pointed out that her movies suck. Former One Direction member Zayn Malik announcing his first ever solo tour on The Tonight Show. Malik says the tour will push the limits on each venue's ability to issue refunds.
Hey!
And finally, Jimmy Donaldson, a.k.a. Mr. Beast, and Amazon are facing a major lawsuit from contestants on the new Prime series Beast Games, claiming they experienced emotional distress, sexual abuse, and physical torture. Mr. Beast immediately responded, noting that the plaintiffs conveniently left out the words, and fun.
All right, we will see if you happen to know what the answer to the question is today, which is Lzzy Hale's limit is 8 inches. But just for what? 215-263-WMMR. And we're going to go to Chris, see if we can get the answer correct. Hi, Chris. Good morning.
You're in with me.
I love it. All right, Chris, what are the 8 inches that she's has a limit on?
Only her heels.
Her heels. You got it, Chris. Hang on. We're going to give you a $50 Botto's Italian Market gift card. You can find your own Little Italy at Botto's Italian Market and Restaurant in Swedesboro. Botto's serves all Italian specialties and homemade prepared foods. You can get the complete information at bottos.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you this morning by Bates Motel. For a limited time only, the Bates Motel offering buy one, get one free tickets. This will not last long. Tickets are limited to buy today at WMMR.com/deals. Make sure you do that now. Here's a rundown of last week for the reunited Jane's Addiction. On tour, in a fight, tour canceled, and now new music.
What the hell?
After the onstage fight in Boston between Perry and Dave, which led to the band announcing cancellation of their tour, the band has very quietly released the second single since getting back together. Yeah, the song True Love.
What's the name of the song?
Yeah.
It's not the best title right now.
It's available on streaming platforms.
I love my band members.
But the band hasn't done any promotion for it. The band said that they are working on a new album, but whether or not that's still true is anyone's guess.
Even Mel can't believe it.
I love Mel when he jumps in there. He just
does.
I know. I'm sorry.
Can't believe it.
All right, how about something better for Mel? During an interview at the Rock in Rio Festival in Brazil over the weekend, Amy Lee was asked if Evanescence has any plans for the next few months. And Amy's response? No, she said
It was hard. It was a bad connection.
We're in the creative process right now, But we're not deep in the throes yet. And then added, we're gonna get serious and get in the studio in November for the first round.
What?
So Evanescence is working on new music for what will be their
That's not true.
studio album. Wow. I guess he wants it now and is upset.
Mel's a bit of a
working on it.
misogynist.
Yeah. For 34 years, 311 has been putting out hit records one after another, and now they're looking to do it again. Full Bloom, the 14th studio album from the band, is set to release on October 25th. It is the first full-length project from 311 in 5 years, with 2019's Voyager. Jack, what are you doing here? Being their last release.
He's replacing Mel's sump pump.
I beg your pardon.
True to form. The first single is True to Form. No, I'm sorry.
What?
The first single is Need Somebody. It's the band's highest charting song in 13 years, and the band says they hope fans will take their message of positivity and unity and run with it.
What's that?
And then one last story. We announced this earlier. MMR presents 10 Days of Metallica. Yeah! Metallica's M72 World Tour at the Link for 2 nights, Friday, May 23rd. And Sunday, May 25th. So this is on the 23rd. Limp Bizkit and Ice Nine Kills will be joining them. And then on Sunday, the 25th, Pantera and Suicidal Tendencies.
That's pretty wild.
We will have you starting tomorrow morning. We are going to have your shot to win tickets to both of those shows. I mean, each winner will get tickets to both of those shows.
And those are both different shows.
Yep. There will be 3 chances to win each day. You can go to WMMR.com for another chance to win. And for a cheat sheet, we are going to be playing a song from Metallica at certain times throughout the day, 3 times a day. And if you're the 10th caller when that song plays, the tickets. That is how it's happening. So the 2-day tickets go on sale Friday, a week from Friday at 10 a.m. So that's on the 27th, and you can go to Ticketmaster.com for the information. And that's what I have in music news. So let's take another break. We'll come back in just a second. We'll wrap it up. Don't forget a great Word of the Week prize for MMRBQ to give, hopefully to you, but you'll need the letter. We'll get that next. Stay with us.
Right.
And that's the context,
that's
correct?
the context.
Right.
But at the same time, this stuff is subjective.
Right.
Yeah.
What show do you see in Vegas? It's the show you want to see.
Right, yeah.
So, I mean, if you want to see singers, you love singers. If you want to go to a dance show, you go to a dance show. So the deal is that America wants someone to lose.
Yeah.
America wants you bleeding. And they don't care if you're under 10. And listen, first of all, I love it. I love America. But it's the sports mentality.
No.
It literally is someone has to go home and that makes you tune in. But if they were like, there's really no competition, it's all exhibition, they'd be like, nobody dying here. I'm not going to watch this.
Could you imagine your life without the foundation that you had in sports and all that's trained you for? I mean, it seems to provided you with a Swiss Army knife of capabilities that's gotten you through. I remember when I first saw you, I thought, and I have to be honest, who is this meathead? Who's this guy? Who's this guy? And then I go, why is this meathead so funny? And then I'm like, why is this guy? Why is this guy? And then I realized this guy's talented. But you said you weren't funny, you weren't a comedian or so on and so forth. It seems to me you okay, this is something I got to take on and tackle and work through. Sports had to be just an absolute essential part of what made you you.
Yeah, first of all, it was.
Yeah.
Simply because in the locker room, it's like all versions of humanity.
Right.
You know what I mean? Right. I was funnier in the locker room than I ever was on these shows. We had so much fun hanging in the locker room and just balling and hanging and talking and really doing our thing. And the sport itself, however, a lot of that drama came with baggage.
Right.
You know what I mean? And my thing is, sports is good until it isn't.
Yeah.
It's literally one of those things where first of all, I love sports, I love entertainment, but I love people more. And when you use people in expense of the sport, like right now the NFL is going through a thing where all the older guys are going through it. And they're not helping them. There's so many guys that need help, man, mentally, physically. The NFL will literally deny that they caused these issues. You know what I mean? And that's my thing is just admit it, man, and let's just help them.
Right.
But My deal is, it's one of those things where I had to get rid of a lot of things that was bad and keep the good.
Yeah.
And sports can be very, very good, but if it's used in the wrong way, man, you will end up miserable.
I believe it. One of the things, speaking of being talented, that we really weren't aware of was your artistic ability, and it was one of the before even sports, right? I mean, you were you sketch and painting, and were you a court sketch artist?
Sketch artist, yes.
Get out of here!
I had an art scholarship before I had a football scholarship.
Wow.
I was looking at some of your stuff. It's really good.
Oh.
And why is it that court sketch room artists are usually so terrible?
Yes, they are. It's a lot of it is you have to be fast.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you have to understand too. For me, I would have went the whole art route. But no one was going to pay for that. Like, starving artists is a real thing. Starving goes right before artists. I mean, name an artist who actually got paid while he was alive.
Yeah.
It's very, very rare.
Right. They're celebrated after they found
Oh, yeah, you've been dead 30 years. They're like, well, now he gets the million.
Do you
You're like,
create every day?
Yeah.
Still, do you?
I sketch all the time.
Okay.
Sketch all the time.
What do you prefer? What is your favorite?
People. I love sketching faces.
Okay.
Faces.
But sketching
people.
over painting and all that?
Oh, yeah. I just sketch because I have time for it, but I'll take it all the way. I mean, I will go do a full painting if I have time to do that. But when I was get cut from an NFL team, I would go back in the locker room and ask the players if they want their portraits painted. That's what I would do. And that's how I survived.
Wow.
They would be like, man, you pretty good, man. Here's $5,000. But you know what? I would.
Were you self-taught?
No, I'm self-taught.
Wow.
But I would literally trick the guys. I would be like, man, you need a painting. Look at you. You one of the most amazing players ever. Look at you walking around here all muscular and beautiful. Let me immortalize you. Yeah, you're right, man. Here's $5,000. Like, thank you.
You're a lefty.
Marketing.
You're a lefty, too.
Oh, yeah. Left-handed, right-brained. I mean, very creative. It's just, it's my thing, man. It's always been my thing. Yeah, I taught.
Your stuff's really.
I taught a class at Facebook. That was a photo from when I taught a class at Facebook. And you know what was wild? Some of the most talented people in the world. And they were sitting there, and these guys had degrees from everywhere. And I asked them to start drawing, and they wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
And I was like, dude, you know what's happening? What's happening is you're judging your work immediately. And what you got to know is all judgment stops creativity in its tracks. You have to just go.
Right.
And you have to do it. And you have to not care what people think. You have to not. But what happened was they were like, they wouldn't, before they started putting a pen down on the paper, they would look over at the other guy.
Yeah, right.
But this is what we do in life.
Yeah, you're right.
This is the mistake we make all the time. The stuff you always wanted to do. All that things you wanted to go for. You're over there looking at everybody else. Well, I'm not going to try it. What will everybody say? You know what? I don't care. I realize don't think about what everybody else is saying.
Right.
Just go for your gut. Go for that intuition. Don't judge yourself.
There are two words I like to use when I find myself facing something I'm not sure I want to do, and it's just begin.
Oh, that's
just
good.
begin.
Oh, that's good.
That's all you've got to do.
Dude, if you start, all of a sudden things get done. And you know what? Because I'm a great starter. I am an excellent starter. But what I had to learn, too, is just and this is the thing, finish it.
Yeah.
Wait, just get it done, and then you can always change it. Because what happens is you get to start, and then it's not perfect. So you don't want to finish it. But no, finish it, and then you can change it. Dude, these are things you almost have to hypnoptize yourself. You literally have to get out of your own brain and get out of your own way.
It's funny you say that because I like to sketch as well, and I'll sketch on the iPad, and the iPad allows you to undo. It's
Yes.
like it almost sort of takes away that. Okay, I've got this now. I've got to work this. You know, you can correct mistakes all the time. And it's like, well, it's cool. It's also sort of a cheat. You know.
Listen, everything I do, I have a mantra. It's start small, think big.
Right.
Start small, think big. Okay, just do a little bit.
Right.
I'm actually taking Mandarin Chinese lessons right now. I picked the hardest language to learn, but I'm getting it.
Yeah, give it something.
I'm all of a sudden I'm like, wait a minute. I've been doing this for like a month. And I'm like, wait a minute, Dad understood that. When I heard the lady, she was like, wuxia, and I was like, I know what wuxia means.
Yeah.
I know what that means, you know? And so I realized, okay, start small. First of all, I haven't mastered English. I had to literally look at myself like, have I mastered English? No. So if I get to a point where I can tell somebody I'm hungry, and I can tell somebody where's the bathroom in Chinese, I'm good. You know what I mean?
How is one human so talented?
No, because first of all, it's not even that. I just keep going. Like, just try everything you want to do, and I only do what I want. I don't do, if there's something I don't want to do, it's like, don't even worry about it. You know what I mean?
You're going to be good. I'm sorry, go ahead, Preston.
As I've aged, I've found that I need to be working on something. I need to be working on something that I can improve upon, something that's a bit of a challenge, and I'm loving it. I didn't realize this until just a few years ago, whether it be, working on a golf swing, or I'm a musician and I want to improve and to keep going on that. And I love having that.
It's so satisfying.
Yeah.
First of all, listen, you've been talked out of your creativity, man. You've been told you're not creative. First of all, like you said, I'm left-handed.
Mm-hmm.
The world is a right-handed world, which deals with math and science. So all the arts are given as hobbies, but just half your brain.
Yeah.
So you have to me, I'm literally telling everybody, be more creative, exercise it, because you've been talked out of it a long time ago, and it's so satisfying. I built Legos like crazy.
Yeah. So speaking of arts and stuff like that, so my daughter's in 8th grade. She's in school right now, so I can talk about her. What the arts has done for her has given her the confidence. So she's in 8th grade, and she's having like the best year of her life, and it's all because of what she's been doing in the theater. And it's a very, very they just everybody nurturing, and everybody loves each other, and it's just so positive. But she's getting that from the arts.
That's right.
Yeah, and she's been playing sports ever since she was 4 years old too.
But look what at the schools they're taking the instruments out of schools. Art is given a short shrift. All this stuff is treated like music and art and whatever. They're like, do that on your own time. That's a hobby.
No,
but math and science, if you got that, you're good. And I think we're severely lacking right now, just as a society, because we're not creative enough. This is why we run to Avengers and we run to the movies, because we need it so bad. All the story, all the content, we need more.
Imagine the world without art. Imagine the world without creativity, without music, without paintings, and what we would be bereft of if we didn't have that. And to your point about all you have to do is create. It doesn't matter if it's good. Just do something, create that, and if it stinks, do the next one.
First of all, that's the world I grew up in. Factory life. Flint, Michigan. Everybody, they were like, "What you doing drawing? What's that? Hey, what kind of boy are you?" And you're like, "Hey, man, look, I like drawing. Okay, I like music. I play the flute. You know what they would call me? They were like, why you play the flute?" I was like, "I'm bigger than you. I can bitch more than you. So what? So now what?" And they were like, "Yeah, you're right."
Did you see the Equalizer, the second Equalizer movie?
Yes.
He's counseling a kid who's an artist. Yeah. And I'm like, that's it. That's right there. That's just,
it's going to come out. This is what the whole graffiti.
Metallica, 93.3 WMMR. It's Everything Rocks. We're just talking about Metallica, and MMR's 10 Days Metallica starts tomorrow. And we're giving away tickets to both of their shows at the Lincoln Financial Field. Friday, May 23rd, Sunday, May 25th. You have to listen tomorrow. 3 chances to win each day. Call it 10 when we play Metallica in each of the contest hours. Wins tickets. Now, how do you know when the contest hours are? You go to WMMR.com. We have a cheat sheet right there, and you can also enter to win for another opportunity right there. So make sure that you do that very thing. Some thank yous are in order. I would like to thank Mr. Alex Pearlman for coming by this morning. Pearlmania 500. You can find him on social media, but if you want to see him live, very funny, super nice guy. He will be at Helium Comedy Club this weekend, heliumcomedy.com for all the information. But shows on Saturday and Sunday, and they're early. They're like 4:30 shows. And then we had Lzzy Hale, and Lzzy is wonderful. She's a good friend of WMMR. We had a nice, long conversation with her. She is so excited about the MMRBQ for many reasons, a couple of them being the fact that she hasn't seen Silvertide in a long time, and they both came up in the Philadelphia market together. And also The Offspring, they haven't played with them since they were joined together in the MMRBQ in 2009. So this is a big deal.
Yeah.
So it was great to have her on. And, of course, MMRBQ is on Saturday. And thank you to Nifty 50 for stopping by and bringing some goodies. I have one more giveaway to do with Nifty 50s. I have a final $50 gift card, and we'll take caller number 22, and we will give that to you. You can download the Nifty 50s app today and order your Nifty 50s favorites with just a tap and bring the deliciousness straight to your door. So we'll set you up with that if you call now. Ryan Shuttleworth is here. Good morning.
Good day again.
Nice to see you, sir. So Pierre is out one more time today.
One more time, yes.
So you will be handling the duties, of course.
I bet you he's sweating bullets, man, trying to get in under the wire for the barbecue because that's his wheelhouse.
Yep.
Well, Dr. Mike, I texted Pierre last night, and he said, Dr. Mike doesn't want me to come in until I'm completely symptom-free. I'm almost to that point, but just on doctor's orders, just one more day. So he's on the mend.
Excellent. All right, so we'll do the letter of the day. You ready?
I am prepared.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter. All right, the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
C, as in celebration.
All right, and we have one more letter to go tomorrow on the VIP package for the MMRBQ for Saturday. It includes 4-pack of suite tickets, parking, and VIP club access. The tickets also come with in-seat wait service and the dedicated VIP entrance. So go to WMMR.com. We have another chance for you to win there. And that's for 4 people. Tickets are on sale now, of course, via Ticketmaster. Start at $25 on the lawn. All right, since you're filling in, what you got planned for today, man?
So workforce blocks. We're just speaking on the MMRBQ. We'll do another block today to celebrate the great bands. Side note, what an amazing conversation with Lzzy Hale. I was hanging off every word from her and for you guys. Just stupendous. So
thanks.
Kudos for that.
She's awesome.
We'll get to a little double trouble and some Stevie Ray Vaughan and the 4 lads from Liverpool in a block of the Beatles, as well as another chance to win $1,000 with good money at Cash Contest, keyword at noon.
That sounds awesome. Excellent. Thank you, Ryan. And I want to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by Dunkin'. Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors. And finally, thank you to Leaf Home. They make home ownership easy. Tomorrow on our program, this is going to be a lot of fun to wrap up the week. We are going to have, I believe, 3 players from the Savannah Bananas in our studio tomorrow.
Yep. So it's three players from the organization: 1 Savannah Banana, 1 party animal, and 1 firefighter.
Oh, perfect.
Wow, yeah.
All right, they will be popping in. Our good friend, comedian Greg Warren will be in the studio, and it will be a No Sad Bro Friday.
It's already started.
Yep, so that's it. We are done. Rage on. Have a great day, friend, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.